Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. Internal. With cooperation, the relationship between each other becomes closer and closer. The sense of belonging is also getting stronger. There is no way, in the past few years, everyone's worth has skyrocketed. A few hundred million, a few billion, or even tens of billions. Loan, order, discount, not one is missing. And doing business around the world is looked after by members of the Chamber of Commerce. You know, even all countries do not have the face to take care of enterprises around the world. And the Chamber of Commerce did it. Everything. There is no need for connections or treats. Only one thing is required. Membership. As long as you join, you can get it. And as long as you don't violate the rules, you won't be kicked out. Therefore, various members. Full of confidence. Locally, there is no need to rely on someone from the authorities to move the company or go abroad if you're in a hurry. There are friends everywhere, and policies are nothing to worry about. Even if the local government deliberately makes things difficult for member companies and goes too far, the Chamber of Commerce will step in. If the intervention is ineffective, the local Myanmar Asian enterprises will be withdrawn directly. Leave no one behind. In short, don't cause trouble, and don't be afraid of trouble. Previously, in a certain state in Malaysia, such an incident occurred. Local powerful people covet a Burmese Asian company. Dirty means were used. After understanding, nothing to say. There is no need to even come forward to mediate. Move. Overnight, more than 100 companies in the state have announced that they will relocate. More than 200 factories were shut down, regardless of the mediation efforts of the Malaysian authorities. Kill the chicken. Establish authority. Tens of thousands of people are unemployed. To this day, Myanmar Asian companies regard that state as a commercial restricted area. We won't invest there or do business there. Let play on its own. Later, naturally, the local powerful man was pulled out, and the people were angry. Tens of thousands of people were unemployed. The Malaysian authorities were also very angry and wanted to get to the bottom of it. At last, many of his criminal records were uncovered. Several crimes shall be punished simultaneously. Life imprisonment. This calms some public anger. Death penalty? Feel sorry. There is no death penalty in Malaysia. And later, it was rumored that that man was in prison. An accident happened. There are many rumors about how he died. But the most reliable thing is that tens of thousands of people are unemployed, which has angered many people and led to retaliation. The merchant has dealt with this kind of thing several times. It's all the same method. Withdraw. We will never do business in this area, and most of the countless Burmese Asian cooperative companies do not dare to do so when they see this situation. In addition, Burma is at its peak. Even less capital is willing to get into trouble. Otherwise, if the Myanmar Asian Chamber of Commerce does not take action, members of the Myanmar Asian business will not sit idly by. Because everyone is a ship, the Chamber of Commerce is safeguarding the interests of its members. On big things, the Chamber of Commerce does it. It is up to the members to clean up some companies that have no regard for them. This is also the reason why members have a stronger sense of belonging to the Chamber of Commerce. Because they all know it. The Chamber of Commerce has the ability and willingness to protect their interests. Since then, it shocked many people, and many hands with malicious intentions could only be withdrawn, because it is really unbearable. Once it happens, it will not be a trivial matter. A few hundred, tens of thousands more people will be unemployed, which will immediately be reported to the highest level of the country. This pot, too heavy. Not many can afford it. The same is true. When Myanmar Asian companies do business in various countries, they should be unambiguous and abide by the rules. But some people dare to reach out randomly. Feel sorry. Not used to it. It is this cohesion that makes the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce a place that many entrepreneurs want to join. But unfortunately, the threshold for the Chamber of Commerce is not low. Wealth, integrity, both are indispensable, and companies without business ethics will not be accepted. Think about it. Tang Qing was a little shocked. The current Chamber of Commerce is much stronger than when it was founded. A large number of loans, as well as the growth of the company itself. Now, Members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce control assets worth at least $3 trillion US. This is the asset value, not the market value calculated as 10 or 20 times. Powerful. Horrible. Also, in addition to Myanmar Asia companies, there are many companies that have not joined the Chamber of Commerce, but have received loans from the Myanmar Asia Bank Group, which is another force. Anyway, Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. It has become one of the largest business alliance organizations in the world. A considerable part of the world's international trade market is controlled by members of the Chamber of Commerce. Agriculture, architecture, manufacture, energy, chemical industry. Behind the crazy expansion is the support of Myanmar Bank Group. Releasing the Asian dollar allows them to hold a large amount of Asian dollars and purchase assets from various countries. Everything. They all seem to have a hint of fantasy. Tang Qing believed it. A few years later, the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce will have more power that attracts the world's attention. It is also the joint efforts of so many companies that have greatly engulfed the euro's share. How long do you think it will take for it to surpass the euro? Miao Yin asked casually. Mid-year, Tang Qing said. This matter. It was Tang Qing who told him. Because the momentum of the Asian dollar is too strong, the euro cannot suppress it at all. Anyway, Tang Qing explained it this way, and Tang Qing believed it. Mid-year, yeah. Then, cheers to Ying. Miao Yin laughed. This view was the same as that of his eldest son Miao Yi, and he was full of great confidence. Ha, okay. Raise a glass. Drink it all in one gulp. Said. Miao Yin mentioned Tang Qing. Congratulations, your nephew's wealth has increased again. Hearing this, Tang Qing said modestly, it's just worth, not cash. It was just the pride in his eyes that couldn't be concealed. Just yesterday, Forbes posted. Same. Tang Qing ranked second, but his net worth has soared, exceeding $900 billion US. The euro's safe haven capital has pushed up both US and Myanmar stocks. The stock price keeps rising. Therefore, Tang Qing's net worth reaches $916 billion US. A new high. One step closer to 1 trillion. Net worth is also money, $900 billion US. If a few of your companies are listed, perhaps the Tang family assets have exceeded 1 trillion US. Miao Yin admired. 1 trillion US. What a terrifying figure this is. At least the Miao family has no hope. The weather. Convenient location. People and Tang Qing took all of them and achieved such a great achievement. Just like now, there are actually not many opportunities for new wealth to surge around the world. New technology. It is the only breakthrough direction. The counterattack channels for ordinary people are getting narrower and narrower, just like the new demand market created by Burma in Africa. Without a certain amount of capital, there is no way to eat meat. I can only drink some soup. Make money. Disaster. Now, I just caught up with a good train. However, Miao Yin didn't have such big pursuits, and he was already very satisfied with everything he had now. The Miao family's money. 10 generations would not be able to spend it all, and the situation he created for future generations was enough. No matter how much, if you don't have this life, it's better not to add to your troubles. Only, I have to lament how lucky the Tang family is to have such an outstanding descendant. With the convening of the WTO meeting, worldwide, more countries have seen Myanmar's influence. This time last year, relations were not so tense. People from several countries, including France and Germany, came. All were absent this time. Everyone guessed that he was still angry. Moreover, the French cabinet resigned, and the new president was only announced in the past few days. There was no time to send anyone. But the sun never sets, but I am enthusiastic. Although, the UK has also been overtaken, but unlike the Eurozone, the UK is in the process of leaving the EU, which has affected the economy. But the Eurozone countries are at a disadvantage. Several times, disaster is diverted to the east. However, he didn't cause the disaster, but he made himself a mess. So, I was really blushing and simply refused to join in the fun. My big troubles haven't been solved yet, so I'm waiting for someone else to give me a loan. When you compare them, your mentality will collapse. March 11th. Morning. West. a huge testing base located in the Gobi. There used to be an oasis here, which was bought by Qingyuan Technology and built a testing base. Qingyuan Aerospace Technology Center. That's right. Although it is called a test base, it has a resounding name to the outside world. In addition to being used for testing, it also plays a role in space launches. Submersible, aircraft, diamond mining platform, satellite, recyclable rockets. Of the projects Tang Qing originally decided on, the first 4 have already yielded results, and the first 3 have even been put on sale. As for satellites, the technical difficulty is not that great. The main problem is still how to deliver it. At this time, there was excitement in the testing base. Finally, we're going to see results. It's not easy. It takes several years, but it depends on today. Tang Qing personally completed the projects one by one. As an aerospace technology research team, they have always been spectators, and this time, they have to be the protagonists. Otherwise, I'm sorry about the company's salary and annual bonus in recent years. Although we are in the Gobi, all material supplies are more than sufficient and can be called a luxury. Therefore, they desperately hope that everyone's efforts will live up to their efforts. Yesterday, Tang Qing had already arrived at the testing base, stayed for one night, and walked around. It was not easy to approve this aerospace technology center in the first place. In the past, aerospace technology is mostly done by the country. Private rocket company? Have. But it's all a small matter and has not yet become a reality. Qingyuan Technology's test base is both a scale and a strength in technology research and development. They all left him more than 10 blocks away. Nature. The superiors were very cautious, but finally approved. But there are conditions, that is, Qingyuan Technology's technology can be used to provide national aerospace services for a fee. To this, Tang Qing naturally agreed. Deficit? No. Pay does not mean cheap. The money must be paid. The most critical issue is that the power technology here is still in the fuel stage. Anti-gravity? Sorry. Tang Qing is not ready to make it available yet. This time, except Qingyuan Technology. The Ministry of Aerospace, several aviation industry groups, and hundreds of related experts came to join in the fun. No way. So curious. Previously, Qingyuan Technology also has a large number of excellent technological products with almost no foundation, which is a miracle. How could they remain calm? Hundreds of thousands of scientific researchers. Real. They're all envious of it. As scientific researchers, they know very well how powerful this is. Although not everyone is in aerospace technology. But aerospace technology is inherently comprehensive. Mechanical, material, power, energy, communication. What is needed for aerospace is definitely not a propeller filled with fuel. Space vehicles are based on countless types of technologies. Therefore, no one dares to underestimate Qingyuan Technology. Same. The entire launch of this launch will be broadcast live, and you can see on the homepage of Comet Video 2 hours before the launch. In the past few years, Tang Qing has done this. Everyone is already familiar with it, and, like it very much, it took 4 years for Tang Qing's rocket to reach the sky. Is there any problem? This is not an aircraft, but a cutting-edge industrial technology of mankind. Hanging. It would be a pity if it exploded. One of them would cost hundreds of millions. Don't be so cunning. Most people were still quite worried. This is not an ordinary technology. Even a major aerospace countries cannot say that it is 100% successful. Now, for a private enterprise, the first performance of 4 years is really heart-pounding. Blow up whatever you want, it will definitely succeed. Exactly. To say the least, even if it does blow up, it will only be a few hundred million. Tang Qing's wealth is enough for him to blow up one a day for more than 50 years. Fuck. If you calculate it carefully, it's really true. It's sour. Even if you fail, you should accumulate experience. It's not a man rocket after all. People who believe in Tang Qing have always believed that, as he said, every time he fails, he is closer to success, and hundreds of millions of fireworks are set off. To Tang Qing, it was just small money. Certainly, It was impossible for Tang Qing to set off fireworks. Although he had a lot of money, hundreds of millions of fireworks were really a bit expensive. There are so many outstanding talents under my command. There are also many soldiers in key positions. Therefore, quality management is so stringent that it's hard to have any surprises. What's more, I checked every inch of the rocket just now and couldn't find any problems. Control Center. Hall. Mr. Tang, if it succeeds, are there any space plans? Asked the leader of the aerospace department. Once successful, it can prove its technical proficiency. By then, cooperation is a given. Plan. Yes. I'm going to launch some parts to form a space exploration vehicle and go to see the distance. Tang Qing smiled slightly and said, No one. When the other party heard this, he asked curiously, Yeah. Actually, are you also planning to take China's aerospace technology forward? Just take it with you and madly improve the Earth's aerospace technology? He has no interest. At least not interested for the time being. Time's up. Boom. There was a huge fire, accompanied by billowing smoke, and the silver rocket soared into the sky, with a huge Qingyuan technology logo imprinted on it, which looked beautiful. Like a metal bird with wingspan. Said it was a rocket. Truth. It can also be called a space shuttle. Unlike several NASA space shuttles that are fat and plump, Qingyuan Technology's Tianfeng is quite slim. If the design is the same as elsewhere, Tang Qing has no interest in making it. For years was not in vain. That's it. It's very eye-catching. Internal. It can even carry people, but it is currently empty. Without a lot of unmanned safety experience, the superiors will not allow people to enter. Once it really goes to heaven, the problem is huge. Accelerate. Accelerate. The application of a large number of new materials has greatly reduced its weight. In this way, you can save a lot of fuel on the return trip. Worldwide, countries, many media reported on the launch, and a large number of spectators came to join in the fun. What most people want to see is not success. Instead, it exploded with a bang. Let's watch the fireworks together. Then, it's time to eat the melon. It's time to clap your hands. By the way, he made a few sarcastic remarks, and then changed the channel with a satisfied look on his face. Anyway, standing determines attitude. There are only a few countries in the world with advanced aerospace technology, and most of them have not even achieved industrialization, not to mention aerospace technology. Therefore, I like watching fireworks the most. India. Public opinion is one-sided. Can 4 years of aerospace technology be reliable? Give a free fireworks show? It seems that Tang Qing is still drifting and has been carried away by the previous success. Sit back and watch the myth be shattered. Why is the entire space vehicle so fancy? Isn't it bad to use an ordinary round rocket in shape? Do you think it is an airplane? It can only be seen from the outside. Almost everyone is pessimistic. I feel so sad because India is still in the early stages of industrialization, and its private technology can already go into space. How to compare? And, in the first 10 days of this month, a series of critical attacks in Myanmar made them dizzy. The total order volume exceeds $400 billion, which once again made people red-eyed. Then, WTO, trillions of Asian dollar loans were poured out, and all kinds of money were spent, and countries still recognized it. If India dares to do this, it will be strange if the rupee does not fall so low that they doubt their life. After, Tang Qing once again ranked second in the world with a net worth of $900 billion. True, it still doesn't exceed the ERV, but I'm happy that it's Europe and the United States and has nothing to do with India. They only know that the richest man in India can only look up to Tang Qing. The most helpless thing is, now, on the TV, there's also a broadcast about offshore gold mines. It was mined in March last year, and a total of 750 tons of gold have been dug out in a whole year, valued at over $36 billion. Depend on, only half of March has passed, but they have suffered several critical blows, and now there is another one. It always feels like the whole world is moving forward, while India is standing still. No, there is also Roy City to save some face. Pity. That was also the design, management, and construction of the project. From the moment it was launched, it was inevitably labeled as a project. When I think of this, ouch, that hard, pain. 1 hour later, hundreds of miles away in the Gobi Desert, boom, the huge silver fuselage glided into a long runway. Since it could be called a space shuttle, it naturally has certain functions of an airplane. When the space shuttle lands, there are only a few types: gliding, vertical, airborne. The first two can be done, but the special aircraft used to pick up such a big guy has not yet been developed. Tang Qing didn't plan to develop it either. The first two are enough. The first economy. Therefore, the main method is gliding and landing, and vertical power is used in the launch phase. Because the fuselage is too large, the airport runways here are all widened and lengthened. It took several years. The cost is $1 billion. And a road connecting the launch center has also been built. The investment in fixed facilities alone for the entire project exceeds 4 billion yuan, which is very expensive. Command center. Hall. Wow, we succeeded. There was cheering. The entire process went without any glitches. It successfully entered orbit, dropped an experimental satellite, and then returned safely. Same. People from the aerospace and other ministries also became happy. After all, this is also a great progress for China's aerospace industry. What happened to the private sector? This is China's first space shuttle. As for why China doesn't build it, there are priorities, and the United States needs to learn from its past mistakes. Over the years, the United States has built a total of 6 space shuttles, one of which was for testing. 2 more were blown up. The remaining 3 have all been retired, and no more launches are planned. In the past, the main reason is that in the space environment, many new technological breakthroughs can be obtained, and the competition with Soviet Union is spent. Now, Su Yin is gone, and in scientific practice in space, there are no breakthrough technological discoveries. A space shuttle costs billions, which is really a waste of money. Therefore, last year, after the last space shuttle launch mission, the United States did not prepare to launch that thing for at least 10 or 20 years. See the situation. Nature. The main mission of China Aerospace is to stabilize and accumulate, and not to waste money randomly. Looking at the cheers around them, a familiar feeling came over them. How long is the maintenance period? 10 days. So fast. An aerospace expert was surprised. Our space shuttle adopts a large number of modular designs, which are easy to disassemble and replace, which greatly reduces maintenance and repair costs. Tang Qing et lai. Standardization. Modular. He has long been deeply immersed in the design philosophy of Qingyuan technology. He has obsessive-compulsive disorder and is not used to looking at complicated things. He has to straighten them out before he is willing to do it. 10 days. Pretty slow. If it's a major change, it can be done in 1 day, but I'm just afraid of scaring people and making people question the safety. It's amazing. It can be launched again in 10 days. The load capacity is amazing, and the cost can be controlled within 600 million. It is really not easy. 600 million. Or RMB. To this. Everyone was also amazed, but when they thought about it, it wasn't too outrageous. A large number of equipment are self-developed, and the size is inherently smaller than those of American aircraft. Same standard parts. Sometimes, NASA's purchase price is more than 10 times higher than that of China. This is common, which is why the cost gap is so big. They all want to buy a fake one and go back. Sell it, he asked tentatively. No. Tang Qing shook his head. I won't sell it for the time being. The technology has yet to be tested. I will consider selling it after my detector plan is completed. Safety comes first, right? That's right. First launch. It was a complete success, and everyone in the testing base was elated. Before leaving, Tang Qing announced that they would be given bonuses this month. It starts with 10,000, but 100 million is gone. The project staff screamed. After, start getting busy, preparing for the next test. This time it's a satellite. Next time it's something bigger, a mounted cargo bay, all the test items. Want to finish. It will take at least 3 months. Bringing a satellite is the easiest, and the difficulty of other tasks increases step by step. The next day, The experts left still unfinished. What they like to watch most is the final launch process because it determines everything. Effort, sweat, hard. An accident can ruin everyone's work to a certain extent and cause economic losses. They would love to stay and wait for next time. Pity. No, everyone has their own work, so it's not easy to do it once. From now on, we can only watch it on TV. In my heart, I hope that Tang Qing will create another miracle. Worldwide, countries. A large number of people who were ready to eat melons were disappointed that the fireworks did not turn out well. March, the same day as every year. Lively. Subscription. Shurha. Release water. Gold. Forbes. Rocket. News from the East accounts for half of the global hot topics. As for the other half, it happened in the Eurozone. The Euro's decline has not improved at all. On the contrary, getting worse. Fall. Rise. Fall. Ups and downs, life and death. If that's the case, forget it. At least keep it as it is. But the key point is that people in the Euro area countries can't stand it. Wealth has been reduced by half. How to play? Prices are rising, wages are not rising, and many people have little savings, and now they have their savings cut in half. It seems that this situation will continue for a long time. How can I bear it? Protest, procession, demonstration, conflict are taking place every day on the streets of Eurozone countries. Moreover, the behavior of various countries in buying the Eurozone's lows has also been exposed by the media. Restrictions. Foreign companies must be restricted from bargain hunting. It's so abominable. Boycott. How can unscrupulous capital be sold at will? Many of them are sold to African companies. After joining the Eurozone, the national concept has been diluted. This is a terrible fact. Disband. After all, if we were still in the Eurozone, we could continue to harvest. There was nothing we could do. If it is disbanded and each country controls currency power, the situation will be very different. Therefore, the calls for disbandment grew louder and louder than ever. Eurozone. Meetings that used to be held once a month are now held almost every 2 or 3 days, with everyone sitting together and noisy. Because of a series of bad ideas before, putting the Eurozone into a more disadvantageous position. Therefore, be more cautious, but it is this caution that makes some countries very dissatisfied. The Asian dollar continues to sell off, and a large amount of euro capital is once again seeking safe havens. Many companies in our country have been bought by some African capital. Tell me, what should we do? Those idiots used to be our followers, but now they have bought our industry. If we don't stop it, I won't play anymore. The Italian representative roared loudly. Wealth together. Can sharing adversity? Feel sorry. The Italian side has no such interest. If no measures are taken, he will have to step down like the French cabinet, but instead of taking the initiative, he will be kicked out. How about restricting the exchange of euros and foreign currencies? Someone asked. No one paid any attention to this idiotic suggestion. Euro. If it loses the attribute of free convertibility, it will definitely be a huge disadvantage, because no one wants to be unable to even escape. The UN didn't do this. Yes, the Asian dollar has financial controls, but there are only restrictions on funds entering Myanmar's financial market. Asian dollars held by various countries can be traded at will, and the Central Bank of Myanmar does not impose restrictions. Therefore, to adjust the euro in this way is tantamount to digging your own grave. Whether it is restricting the exchange of the euro and the Asian dollar or restricting foreign companies from acquiring domestic companies, it will definitely make the current situation worse. Hard to clean up. Never use it. Then, one day, after spending time in the quarrel, Italy threw the table and left the field. Also on March 23rd, finally, the Italian side did not want to sit still and announce publicly a referendum on whether to leave the Eurozone. This news immediately took over the heat of public opinion in the Eurozone. Want to withdraw from the group? God, is the Euro really coming to an end? The original 11 countries have become 10. Portugal and Italy have withdrawn, leaving only 8 countries. The Euro is in danger, but Italy, cheers everywhere. The Italian people took to the streets to celebrate the victory and looked forward to Italy regaining its own currency dominance and not having to suffer the same fate as the euro. No way. It's too bad now. The non-Eurozone EU countries, which have monetary autonomy, are doing well now. Their currency values are stable and rising slightly. A comparison. It's too dangerous for them to be tied to the euro. Honor can be shared. It's hard not to. If their own currency depreciates significantly, they will still have their own problems. But the feeling of being tied up and dragged into the water was too bad. Not willing to continue. Now, more and more people are beginning to reflect and think that the euro is good in design. But in a crisis situation, it is easy to drag everyone down. It can only hold, cannot decline. And it has only been around for 10 years, and there are already such big problems. If it continues, the accumulated risks will be even higher. The sound of disbanding can be heard all the time. Now, France and Germany were furious. The euro is not over yet. If you quit the group at this critical moment, you are simply killing the euro. Idiot. There is no alliance and friendship at all. It's so abominable. Damn it. Some people cursed. Such big bad news is enough to destabilize the euro exchange rate. This is also true. As soon as the news came out, the euro fell again. 11 countries. Transformed into 8 countries. Many people never expected that Italy would be so ruthless. Fortunately, a lot of capital was prepared and the position was saved without adding too much leverage. Otherwise, this loss can make people feel heartbroken. Now it is impossible for Italy to withdraw this order. The words spoken, the water thrown out, Italy's attitude has been made clear. Even if he refuses to retreat, it is difficult for people to believe that this is not coercion. A week later, referendum. The result was no surprise. The extremely high number of votes to withdraw from the group made Italy the 3rd country to initiate the process of withdrawing from a group. The first, Greece, has succeeded. At this time, due to its early withdrawal from the group, Greece has become a model example for withdrawing from the group. Just like the 400 billion euros in debt it previously owed, it has now been cut in half due to the exchange rate. Still have to pay back 400 billion euros. However, the pressure was reduced by nearly half because they could use the new Spanish currency to exchange for twice the original amount of euros. This is the scale of debt relief. It's huge. Repayment pressure has dropped sharply. As for why some people are willing to exchange their euros for Greek currency, the reason is very simple. You can change it into Asian dollars first. Take the Asian dollar. If you want to exchange euros for euros in Greece, it's easy and don't cost too much. People want them everywhere. This knife, it made all the countries in the Eurozone feel itchy. They were so ruthless. Not only did they buy their assets at the bottom, they also supported Greece and took advantage of the euro. Pain. Flesh hurts. My heart aches too. But there is nothing you can do. There is nothing wrong with what others are doing. Even if you know that Mian is behind the scenes, you can't stop it because everything is legal and reasonable. Seeing this situation, many countries in the Eurozone are beginning to be tempted because if they withdraw early, they can get a lot of money and avoid paying off a large amount of debt. The later, the benefits are less. American Emperor. The consortium members were also dazzled by Yifeng's show. Depend on, if this continues, it won't really kill the euro, right? They just wanted to scratch their heads, but they felt that the situation was getting out of hand. Official. Folk. There are strong calls for disbandment. It won't work like this. If the euro is over, we won't be able to see each other again. That's right. We can't let the euro kneel down and still count on the euro to check and balance the Asian dollar. No matter from which point of view, we must help now. I agree. I also agree with this point of view. Soon, they made a decision to step in and help. It's not very righteous to just kneel down while looking at the euro. As for the 5 major financial groups, they have no objection. At this time, the Asian dollar share is not far away from surpassing that of the euro. Even if the euro is saved now, the Asian dollar can catch up as long as it keeps printing money. Then, the consortium took action. Same day, the United States has stated that it is willing to provide more help to the stability of the euro area, so that living order and economic order can be restored and move forward again. Suddenly, The whole world was shocked. Finally took action. Sure enough, how could Europe and the United States fight each other to the death? After all, they're still relatives and have an ongoing relationship. It was expected. The U.S.'s action was both unexpected and reasonable. The European and American families have conflicts and deep ties, and it is impossible to watch them. Think about it. The Euro crisis is coming to an end. It's a great day. I've finally waited for it. Add positions, increase leverage. The euro is about to recover. Roar. A lot of capital and leverage want to be long on the euro, waiting for the exchange rate market to rise and make a fortune. Make up for the losses in the past year. Gearing up. Be prepared to count money. China. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Looking at the actions of the U.S. side, Tang Qing, who was in a meeting, was not surprised at all. The American conglomerates will not let the euro go away so easily. Therefore, dead hand. You still have to do it on your own. Chairman, all pre-sales of Anno 4 have been shipped using Hummingbird Warehouse and will all arrive in the hands of consumers within 3 days. The final payment will be settled in a week. The number of sales of contracted phones has grown steadily, and the 3-day sales data in various countries have also surpassed Anno 3. Luo Chong reported excitedly that at the beginning of this year, the 4th generation of Anno has begun pre-sale. As the second largest mobile phone manufacturer in the world and the first in China. 6 years. The 4 mobile phones can be called salted fish. However, each model is a hit, with pre-sales exceeding 10 million units. Here is the result of Anno 4. Within 3 days after its launch, another 10 million units were sold. There are long queues at physical stores in various countries. Think about it. Happy. The average price is 5,000. 20 million units means sales of about 100 billion. It's a good start. If we work hard, we may be able to maintain revenue of 500 billion this year. Although it was 600 billion last year, more than 100 billion was brought by offshore diamond mining platforms. It seems that we may not receive such orders this year. But 500 billion is still a huge number. Also lucky, Qingyuan Technology has only one boss. Unlike many entrepreneurial companies, they sell a little bit of shares here and a little bit there and set big goals for the managers every year. Here, just follow the goals set by Tang Qing. Finish. That's it. Moreover, Tang Qing's main goal is in terms of products, not necessarily how much money he makes or how much profit he makes. Because things are done. Money. Of course there will be. Europe. The day after the United States proposed to help stabilize the euro, a piece of news gave it a heavy slap in the face, also at the EU regular meeting. French side. The newly elected president made shocking remarks. The euro is based on the purpose of making everyone's economy better, living better, and reducing social operating costs. However, reality has taught us a lesson. During a crisis, the shortcomings are highlighted. I think it is time to give up this bold attempt and return to the era of sovereign currencies of various countries. Many of our people want to separate. Many allies hope that the Eurozone will disband, and some opponents are looking forward to the disintegration of the euro currency. Here, I think it's time to let the euro become history. It was born in the historical trend, and now it should also dissipate in the historical trend. Listen to this. The scene was completely silent. On site, all EU members and media reporters looked at the stage in disbelief. What did they hear? This is an amazing rhythm. Separate families. Disband. Disintegration. Each word was like thunder falling to the ground. As an initiator of the Eurozone and a core country of the Eurozone, it has become history to publicly support the euro. What amazing news. Talk. Are you dreaming or dreaming? Hiss. He pinched himself. Pain. It's not a dream. It's true. In such an important meeting, and a meeting that the global media pays attention to, the United States is still ready to help. French side. Publicly declare that they want to end the euro. God, this is going to break the heavens. God, is today April Fool's Day? Oh my God, does he know what he is talking about? The entire venue was bustling with excitement. The media reporters were stunned for a moment, and then they all went crazy. Kaka was taking pictures, and the live media was even more lively. The host didn't know how many times he shouted, "Sell karma." Something big is going to happen. Incredible. Audiences in various European countries were also shocked. What is this happening? The euro doesn't want to live anymore? Although many people think that the eurozone is unlucky. Very cool. But I didn't expect that they were really scolded and separated. However, the French people are quite supportive. As a core country, they have a developed economy. Starting from Greece, other countries borrowed money to live a good life. Quite dissatisfied. Later, one after another, one by one, faint moves occur frequently. The euro is deteriorating, and it is still being criticized by so many people. It has long been holding its breath. My thoughts slowly changed, and I felt that everyone would be better off without the euro. You won't get your hair picked up. Real. Cold. Especially in this euro winter, everything started because of the euro. It would be great if the families were separated and everyone could live their own lives. Use at your own risk. 10 years. The euro, which was only born for 10 years, has not taken root in their hearts. The recognition of the original currency still exists deep in my heart. If it takes another 10 years, 20 years, perhaps, only then will there be a general recognition of the euro. Meeting site. Virtue. West. Compare. Other Eurozone countries are already twitching at the corners of their mouths. Today's meeting was supposed to help stabilize the euro, but they didn't expect a stab in the back. So cool. The whole situation got out of control after this speech. Meeting site. It was very lively. Truth. The remaining countries in the Eurozone really want to take down the man on the stage, just like last time. But if you do this, the news will probably be even bigger. Have no choice. Depressed. This day, is it really going to change? Among the 11 founding countries, if France is included, there are now only 7 Eurozone countries that have not expressed any intention of withdrawing from the group. 7. Oh, the core countries will all run away. The rest. How is it possible to continue to support it for too long? The core countries announced their withdrawal from the group, which would have a huge blow to the credit of the euro. It can even be said to be fatal. What the hell is that guy on stage doing? Crack. A bolt from the blue. Forex market. I was immediately stunned by this news. Financial investment institutions that had originally added positions and leverage were suddenly stunned by this bad news. No, he was almost beaten to death. Stop loss. Sell. Yelling, which happens in many companies. Everyone broke out in cold sweat and felt cold in their hearts. If you pull away now, even if you don't die, you still have to shed a layer of skin. God, this damn euro has tricked them again. An investment bank. Damn it. What are you doing? Didn't you say that the United States came in to save the market? The person in charge had already cursed. This is such a huge black swan. Caught off guard. This time, since they received the news in advance from the consortium, they increased their leverage and built a large position before the U.S. announced its intervention. Now, exploded. In the account, the losses were heavy. To know, most of their investment institutions rely on inside information to make ends meet. We will know in advance any new policies or major moves in Europe and the United States. They make money. For decades, every war and major historical event is a feast for the consortium. Get the news early, make arrangements in advance, and earn a lot of profits. People eat meat. They eat soup. This time, I was planning on taking a sip. Which material? The bowl was almost smashed. It hurts my heart to suffer such a big loss. Such huge bad news gave the euro a slap in the face. He was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was wailing. Germany, a huge estate. Once again, something changed. An old man murmured as he looked at the news, with a serious look on his face and a cold light flashing in his eyes. Who is behind this? A few years ago, the family noticed that some people made mistakes and grew at an alarming rate. Whether it was wealth or power, they skyrocketed as if they had taken medicine. However, the investigation has never yielded a clue. Just know, the opponent's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Since 2004, things have changed frequently. The biggest variable is Myanmar, which is zero, and the rise of the Asian dollar. Previously, he once thought that yuan was related to European and American conglomerates and was mainly cultivated secretly out of fear of their family, with the intention of weakening their family's power. Now, it's a little different. Otherwise, when you have already won, you will not do such a desperate thing. The whole idea of pushing the euro to a dead end is not consistent with common sense at all. Headache. Previously, all the evidence points to the European and American consortium. Now, there are variables in the logic, and it is difficult to be self-consistent, which is really a bit brain-burning. The whole logic seems to be covered with a layer of fog, making it difficult to understand. Could it be? Are those financial groups really going to do it? American Emperor. The consortiums were also shown off by the French side's operation. Everyone's expressions were very ugly, and they even began to wonder who was causing trouble behind the scenes. Tell me, who did it? It wasn't me. It wasn't me either. No one admitted it. Say it. Again, even if one of the parties did it, it is impossible to admit it. What is now facing the consortium is how to clean up an even more chaotic mess. How to solve the problem now. France has taken a stand. People don't want to live anymore. What's the use of us jumping out to help? This person, damn it, disrupted our plan. We must teach him a lesson. What about now? Containment? This is a game to death. I suggest imposing sanctions on Myanmar immediately to combat yuan's arrogance. I don't agree. You? For a while, there was another quarrel about Myanmar. In fact, the 5 major financial groups already have suspects, but they cannot tell them. Kitty, this woman, with her resolute attitude, could really do something like this. Did Kitty intend to kill the euro from the beginning? God, if so, that would be terrible. This woman, poisonous heart, but even if he knew it, he still had to protect it. The entire consortium meeting turned into a noisy, wrangling meeting. The wrangling lasted for a long time, but there was no result, and the news has been fermenting like crazy, shaking the world a little bit. This shovel digging a grave, every shovel, makes people's hearts skip a beat. So cruel. With a quick move, he dug out a large piece of soil. Just after France announced its withdrawal from the group, people from other Euro countries once again took to the streets and shouted for their country to withdraw from the group. Their ideas are very simple. Leave early. Take it easy early. Otherwise, it is very likely that the euro will drag it into a deeper abyss and make it difficult to extricate itself. Because none of the core countries is optimistic about the euro, they naturally have no confidence. They need stability and a future, just as Europe continues to be in the global spotlight. China. Roar. Mr. Tang is mighty and domineering. Also have house hot. Tang Qing's company, the triennial fundraising housing, has started to distribute it again. It is said to be a fundraising house, but during the construction phase, it is all money given by the company. Therefore, it's okay to say it was bought, but the price is very low. Those who meet the conditions are eligible to subscribe and can move in immediately. Then, the atmosphere in major companies exploded. Beijing, Shanghai Stock Exchange, Yangcheng, Shenzhen Market. Now when the top 10 big cities in China is missing, they are all available. Even if your home is not in these cities or your workplace is not in these cities, as long as your registered permanent residence is there, just give it. Anyway, more than 100,000 houses. One day, more than 89,000 units were distributed. And as for the rest will be allocated to those who meet the conditions in the next 3 years. But everyone estimates that these will be dispersed before the end of this year. The next division will be 3 years later, in 2015. Cheer, excited, grateful. All they had to do was to keep Tang Qing's photo at home to thank him for allowing them to have their own house in these cities so quickly and in a good location. Well equipped. The key is to be big, starting from 120 square meters. Public stall? No. In Tang Qing's company, it was never considered a public stall. In Tang Qing's words, it was embarrassing. Online. Take a look. Countless netizens are extremely envious. I admit I'm sore. Same. I always feel like I'm in a fake class. The company is fake, the boss is fake, the landlord is fake, even the salary is fake. Ha. Brother, calm down. 100,000 sets. God, if only I could have one. More than 100,000 sets, what a generous boss, although it is not a gift. But the subsidy is amazing. You only need to pay a small amount of money to buy it. Even in first-tier cities. Lottery? Household registration? Social security? There are no obstacles to home buyers. As long as you're a company employee and work for 2 years, you can get a house at an extremely favorable price. Starting from 120 square meters, it's so luxurious. Oh, I bought a 90 square meter house in Beijing, and there was a public stall of more than 10 square meters. I wiped it. The developer of such a house is embarrassed. That's right. Has a bad heart. I like Jinghua Real Estate, which Tang Qing holds a share in, and it's not a public house. Although it is very expensive and I can't afford it, at least the price is clearly marked on the face. Yeah, strongly recommended. Even if the price per square meter is canceled, it will be clear. There are accusations against the public stall on the internet. Just look at what people say. At least 120 square meters, with a unique and novel style, is in sharp contrast to the same old board buildings. My favorite thing is the office buildings surrounding the community. It's great news. It's good news for countless office workers. They don't have to sweat all over work. I'm so happy. I hope Tang Qing's business will get bigger and bigger. It would be even better if it expanded to all industries. He's a truly caring boss. That's right. It's a pity that he hasn't set foot in a new industry for a long time. Alas, if our company is so close to work, let alone working 8 hours a day, 10 hours or 12 hours a day, it would be too troublesome to travel to a big city. I'm extremely envious of the fact that I can reach the office area within a few steps. Think about others, what a considerate design, and then think about your own company. Bus, subway, always with you. Salary, welfare. It won't rise for several years. Talk. Do they live in the same world? I always feel that others are not in the same dimension as myself. Looking back at his boss, he could only sigh. Life. Just when everyone is excited. Suddenly, another news came. According to people familiar with the matter, in 3 years' time, the size of the next batch of fundraising housing will exceed 300,000 units, except for companies controlled by Tang Qing. Some employees of shareholding companies can also enjoy it. After reading, how many people? More sour. I have nothing to say. Awesome. The news quickly hit the headlines. There are more than 300,000 houses. People are shocked to see more than 300,000 houses. If a family of 3 can live in one house, that is housing for millions of people has been solved. This boss, woo, they want it too, so a dozen would be best. How many students from prestigious universities are thinking of joining so that they don't need help from home for a few years? Have a car and a house. Become a family. That's called life, not survival. April 10th, morning. High Province. The lively platform delivery ceremony begins. After more than a year, several offshore diamond mining platforms entered the delivery stage, with buyers from many countries. It's beautiful. Each one is like an island, each with its own characteristics. Beautiful. Looking at the islands like platforms on the sea in the distance, they couldn't help but like them. You know, over the past year, the floating number has attracted a lot of attention. 1 year, the revenue of more than $3 billion is blinding. Is it almost possible to get back the original amount? What follows is pure profit, a business that earns more than $3 billion a year. Not much. And after deducting costs, the profit is still $3 billion. Depend on, even if they are an international mining company, their annual profits are more than this, but that depends on volume. As for others, they guard a gold mine and collect countless banknotes. It's a miracle. And this is only 1/10 of the income. The majority was taken by the Myanmar Gold Group, which made more than $30 billion. This was only 1 year. The world's 3 largest iron ore merchants. Vale, BHP Billiton, Rio Tinto. Taken together, the profits of the 3 companies are less than half of the income of the Myanmar Gold Group from this mine. Therefore, this time I was really stimulated. Purchase. Buy at least one. Give it a try. Otherwise, I would have been thinking about it all day long. It was a bit expensive, almost more than their company's profit for a year, but I gritted my teeth and still spent money to buy one. 3 months ago, their operators have already started training and have some experience in driving and operating. 3 months is enough to use them. This is called work. The environment of some cruise ships is not as good as here. Comfortable. You're right. The crew members of major companies were beaming. You know, living conditions at sea are generally very difficult, unless you're on a cruise ship or your own yacht. However, here, everything was of high standard and it felt like you were on a cruise ship. Clean, comfortable, complete. It's no worse than a cruise ship, and it's more stable than a cruise ship. It is huge, bigger than an aircraft carrier, and with such weight, ordinary waves cannot shake it at all. Work here. What a treat. See this. Major companies like it, but are also helpless. Qing Technology said that in order to ensure product quality, many things have become standard items. Greenery, dormitory, furnish. They all have high standards, and customers cannot choose either to buy or not to buy. Qing Technology does not compromise at all on the quality of its products. Have no choice. I can only agree. Looking at it now, it is worth the money. In the future, it can be used as a hotel for inspections and other things, but it can also be used as a mobile cruise ship to bask in the sun. Ahem. I can only think about it. Mining is not important, but it is enough to represent how satisfied they are. With the participation of a group of big shots in the province, Luo Chong and the major purchasing companies completed the final acceptance and delivery and are waiting for the final payment to arrive. Fill up the tank. Raise the anchor. Set sail. Accompanied by the sound of the whistle, after the water test was completed, they began their respective journeys. The voyage was vast, and some of them took at least a month to float. No way. Too big. It's hard to get up fast. Offshore drilling platforms are not designed for speed. Watching the delivery of diamond mining platforms one after another, Tang Qing, as the chief designer, was naturally happy. Each one was a design completed under his leadership. But the business isn't over yet. After all, it doesn't seem good if you spend money to buy your own stuff and suffer a huge loss, whether it's because of the reputation of your own stuff or because you're trying to trick more companies into buying it. Tang Qing thought, it is necessary to allow these mining platforms to gain some harvest. Big profit? No. Tang Qing is not a money-splitting boy. He just wants to prevent them from losing money. The payback cycle is just a little longer. 10 years to pay back the capital should be attractive enough. 10 years later, it depends on his fate. P.S. It's the end of the month. Please vote. This book is asking for votes for the last time. 21 days. Morning. A diamond mining platform stayed in the waters south of Hai Province. Hundreds of senior executives from several large state-owned mining companies came to celebrate the mining of this mining area. That's right. Here, this is the place where the silver mine was drilled out of when the float was on trial voyage. There's a silver mine worth hundreds of billions under the sea. How can they not be tempted? You fight for it and don't give in to each other. At last, the only option is cooperative development. Then, I raised funds to buy a drilling platform, hoping to dig up the money from the bottom of the sea. They have been looking forward to this day for more than a year. Drill down. Yes. Plop. At the command, the drill bit fell into the water. Soon, go to the seabed, roll up the water, and get to work. Haha, the mine has been mined. 10 minutes later, everyone cheered as they looked at the silver mineral drilled out. Although I was prepared, I saw this scene again. The mood is very different. Last time, it's a spectator. This time, as a participant and owner, I am naturally happy. There was crackling, firecrackers were setting off firecrackers, and balloons were being raised. It was a lively scene. Soon, news about the excavation situation was reported. Another headline grabber, I thought it was a new silver mine, but I didn't expect it to be the same one. Damn it, no professional ethics at all. Although netizens were already used to the exaggerated headlines of some media, they were still offended and started to complain and greet the editor. TCH, others have dug it first. If they're not qualified, which round will they get it? That's right. I was happy once before, but I will save it this time. Netizens did not congratulate him much, because most of them felt sorry for Tang Qing. The silver mine drilled by the floating ship had nothing to do with him in the end. If it weren't for Myanmar's invitation to an offshore diamond mine. Not sure. Tang Qing lost all his money, and it was also because of the gold mine that so many customers now bought the diamond mining platform. Thinking of this, the attention dropped sharply. See this? Several major mining companies are helpless. All right, it seems that this sense of existence cannot be brushed off. It's okay, as long as the money stays in your pocket. The silver mine is worth 100 billion, but the diamond mining platform is only over 20 billion. After deducting various costs, the profit is 30 to 40 billion, which is decent. April. Asia is peaceful and quiet. Europe, the Eurozone, in particular, has almost reached its darkest moment. The withdrawal of the core countries from the group can almost be said to have killed half the life of the euro. Half of it is left. Take out a lot of anger. Less air intake. How bleak it is. At the same time, it has also greatly stimulated other Eurozone members. Now, except for Germany, which has been trying its best to fight, other countries have a strange attitude towards the euro. In my heart, Xiao Zhujiu was so angry that Germany jumped. It's so unethical. Damn it. Come here if you have something to eat. If you don't have something to eat, just think about leaving. Is it easy for him to manage such a big country? Over the past year or so, I feel like there has been no good news. Ever since Sheila quit the group, I have wanted to beat people every day. Talk. They didn't do anything wrong. So why is the situation like this? Not scientific. However, that's what happened. A European debt crisis dragged the Eurozone into the quagmire. But this dragging force won't drag it down, right? Unless, under the quagmire, besides self-trap, there is another force pulling at me. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense at all. Could it be that the consortium is really working together? Damn it, they are the most suspicious. Of course he has suspected the major consortia, but there is no evidence. Everything has a certain reasonable element, and if there is really a big move, it is impossible not to leave any trace. Headache. Depressed. I also want to resign. This stall, it was beyond his control. I really wanted to give up my job immediately. I could do anything better than this position. The psychological pressure was too great, and my hair fell out like crazy. Keep going. Be bald. 1 hour later, he came to a manor and looked at an old man. What should we do? The matter has reached this point. Hasn't it been investigated yet whether it was caused by other consortiums? We have no time. The old man said nothing. A long time. A long sigh. Alas, I don't know either. Listen to this. He almost uttered a curse word, and you didn't even know it. So who were you trying to bluff? You don't know how to ask. I'm here to find a solution, not just for fun. Don't believe it. I really don't know. Like them, but not like them. Give me a riddle. I want a solution. Sir, if there is no solution, the euro will not survive for a month. At that time, the entire euro situation will collapse irreversibly. When the old man heard this, his eyes flashed. Collapse. Very good. I also want to know what their plan is to make the euro collapse. Then it will collapse, no matter what their purpose is. I'll come and ask. There was a hint of anger in the old man's voice. Asshole. No matter how you ask, those consortiums are pretending to be stupid, saying that they don't know and that it has nothing to do with them. Although they say they want to help save the market, most of them just don't care. Anyway, he felt that he had been fooled. Good. Just play. Admitted. It's just a pot that was broken. So we still don't lack food, but since it was broken, you have to give me an explanation. Anyway, one pot and one hard work can also be recast. Hearing this, the president was stunned. This, are you giving up treatment? Is it really irreversible? He was unwilling to give in. You can try to save it. The old man said calmly. Give it a try? If I had this book, why would I come to you? If the old man couldn't stop it, then it was even more impossible for him, and he couldn't help but feel sad. Is it coming to an end? China, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Finally, we have to close the net. Tang Qing smiled like the. After planning for so long, He finally wanted the euro to come to an end and realize the Asian dollar's counterattack. At this time, if European and American consortiums try their best to rescue the market, it will not be difficult for the euro to continue to exist. However, there are serious divisions within the European and American consortiums now. Suspicion, benefit, buy, and the various disturbances caused by the soldiers made the whole relationship very complicated. All parties think that the other party is playing chess, and it is difficult to unite. Then, the plan went smoothly. April 28th, Finland, announcing the withdrawal from the group. 29. Luxembourg, announcing the withdrawal from the group. 30 days. On the last day of April, Ireland and Belgium also announced their withdrawal from the group. A series of news has shaken the Eurozone's exchange rate market. Almost smashed. Then, May 1st morning, the European Central Bank announced that it would enter a state of financial control. This knife, deep, ruthless. It also shattered the market's last vestige of confidence in the euro. Major international financial investment institutions. It's over. It could be said that there was still a chance before, but now there's no chance at all. Do these damn guys really want the euro to become history? No, it fell too fast, and the position was liquidated. Far. They were going crazy. By the dip. But he lost all his money and suffered heavy losses. It's impossible not to lose your job. They can't fix such a big hole, so they can only vent their anger. Want to cry? God, life is so difficult. There are no eggs under the nest, and the entire euro has entered an irreversible avalanche state. Those who want to climb the mountain are almost destined to end. Kneel down. USA. The major financial groups were a little stunned when they saw this situation. Really? Gave up on treatment? Oh, it's hopeless. Are you angry? But it doesn't have to be so big. That's right. Is it possible that they directed and acted on their own, which led to this drama? Seeing that our capital wanted to buy the bottom, they simply came to overturn the table. It's possible. Yes. With so many people cooperating, it must be approved by that family. They have stopped and even want to help to prevent the euro from being like this. I thought that that family would be saved at any cost. Which material? But they gave up their picks. This. Why can't they understand it? It must be true. He wants to overturn the table and cause us losses. With that old guy's temper, it is really possible for him to do something that will hurt both sides. I agree. Too stubborn. This view was unanimously agreed upon by the consortium. It must be that the other party feels that it is a broken pot and does not want their capital to profit from the recovery. Then we watch the euro collapse. That's for sure. Absolute. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the overwhelming public opinion in the Eurozone countries and the fact that many heavyweights have defected to the euro on the edge of the cliff. A hard kick. Think of this. Everyone snorted coldly. Cut. Is it necessary to be so angry? We must kill the euro, and even some of our men will lose everything. Want to die together? Good. Since you don't want to save me, we don't care. Germany. Manner. The old man snorted coldly. You're pretending to come to help and save the euro? What's going on with so much bargain hunting capital? So many people are pushing for countries to resolutely withdraw from the group. Public opinion. Scholars. High-level officials. For such a big move, many of my people have defected and refused to obey orders. And you said it wasn't you. Who are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Finished cursing. The old man took a deep breath and continued to curse. Anyway, he relied on other consortiums for this pot. Apart from these consortiums, no one has such energy. A huge misunderstanding arose between the two parties. The information was mismatched, the situation was strange, and the soldiers were inside to disrupt the situation. To date, they all thought that the other party was talking nicely, but was causing trouble behind his back. Then, 2 days later, the United States announced that it would abandon its rescue plan for the euro. As soon as the news came out, a huge gap opened up between the two parties, looking at each other from afar. I wish I couldn't be equal. And Tang Qing sit firmly on the fishing platform. Worldwide, they were all dazzled by this wave of manipulation. FA retreat from the group. After, the situation seemed to have collapsed and developed to the point where it is today. To be honest, I never expected it to happen so soon, and the U.S. rescue was said to be temporary. The joke was ordinary and ended hastily. As if, within the Eurozone, if they ignore the United States at all, they will jump off the cliff. Who could have predicted such a situation? A year ago, experts. That's nonsense. Which expert? I mean, just listen to what the experts say in reverse, and you're right. They said that Greece will not withdraw from the group, but will withdraw, and the euro will reverse, and it will be cold. Huh. In addition to disrupting the public, what else can this group of imitators do? Before, Sheila retreated from the group. Countless experts jumped out and said that this was just a ploy by Spain. They wanted to reduce debts. If everyone made a fuss, they would eventually return to the negotiating table. Take care of yourself in the group and continue to live your life. However, after, a slap came over, Sheila retreated from the group. His face turned red and he continued. Portugal retreated from the group. Experts jumped out again, believing that the Eurozone countries wanted to divert attention and launch a target. The situation in the Eurozone will soon recover. However, immediately afterwards, another slap came. The situation worsened, and both cheeks turned red. After that, meaning, things happened one after another, and the United States jumped out again and said it would rescue the market. Countless experts are rejoicing and believe that the situation in the Eurozone will be under control. A reversal is imminent. Not long. The euro will definitely return to its throne. Don't worry. Hurry up and buy the dip. Pity. A series of slaps. After slapping the left face and then the right face, each expert was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Hiss. Pain. Woo. Want to cry. Why? They study economics, international relations, and political science. Is everything so fucking fake? Being slapped in the face again and again. Do you still want face? Their faces were simply dragged to the ground by the situation. Wrong. There must be a demon. Otherwise, it is impossible to deviate from the predictions every time and in the opposite direction. In the end, they can only blame it on European and American consortiums are playing a big game. This is where the biggest variable lies. Right. Definitely. It's not that what they learned is useless. It's because of information asymmetry. Call. Fine. Everyone gave up. It was not their own fault. If they wanted to blame it, it was the lack of information. If they had enough information, they would definitely be able to predict accurately. Only, there seems to be a paradox. If the information is accurate enough, what do they need to do? In spite of. Anyway, I was right. After financial controls in the euro, worldwide, the circulation of a euro is equivalent to a sudden break. The payment market of the euro is being divided wildly by other currencies. There is no way. The US dollar has the largest share. The Asian dollar is second. The pound also took advantage of the situation and strengthened a bit. Anyway, except for the Eurozone, most are beaming. Countries that originally had high hopes and had euros in reserve can only sigh, losing money. Although, it is unlikely that it will become waste paper because the euro is backed by the credit of Eurozone countries and cannot be scrapped. There will definitely be a recycling program by then. Apparently, Eurozone countries will have to pay for this in new currencies. After all, previously, it used these currencies to buy global products. If you don't recognize them now, it will definitely not work. In other words, Sheila left the group early and does not need to take responsibility. Others, as long as you haven't completed the withdrawal process, no one can escape. Europe. In Portugal, people are complaining. Street, online, all were voices of dissatisfaction. The efficiency of this group of earning customers is too slow. How long has it been? They haven't quit the group yet. Look at Sheila. Now he's better. There's no way to escape. Damn it. What a waste of taxpayers' money. Stand down. All of them complained crazily. It was too slow to withdraw from the group. It's okay now, but I still have to pay. Maybe I won't post too much, but it's still not fun to give people money. To this, the authorities were also helpless for a while. I cursed in my heart. What about the fake withdrawal from the group that was promised? Which material? To be honest, they dragged their feet slowly, hoping to wait for the situation to improve. Unexpectedly, I finally saw each of my allies join the withdrawal team. Until now, even if I want to run faster, I can't. Central bank, printing of local currency, liquidation, exchange rate, policy, as well as a series of adjustments due to the slow movement before it was simply too late. At this moment, they regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have forced myself to leave the group. Learn from Western Latin. Don't become so passive. Western wax. Now, there was already a cheer. Ha! We were wise and left the land of right and wrong early. Otherwise, we would have been dragged into the quagmire like them and unable to extricate ourselves. The weather is so nice today. Although it is raining outside, it is so beautiful. Celebrate. We must celebrate. Roar. The truth. They also felt a little regretful when they first quit the group. Because of the debt problem, the EU has not forgiven a cent, and it will no longer be able to spend too much money in the future. However, the situation suddenly changed. The euro entered a downtrend. Step by step, go to the cliff and get kicked off. Looking back now, the decision to withdraw from the group is simply a wise one. Not only the debt scale has been reduced by more than half, and there are no euro currency withdrawal fees. Think about it. Happiness. It comes from comparison. Although there is no advantage of large-scale debt, compared with falling into the quagmire, it is now acceptable to be poorer. This melon. Eat comfortably. Presidential palace. Locke was beaming. Really, the methods of the forces behind it are strange and powerful. He said he wouldn't make it difficult, and he did it. Western and Indian currency obviously cannot be what it used to be. Therefore, he is a little worried that people will make a fuss because of the reduction in benefits. However, the situation with the euro suppresses this contradiction. Until now, when the euro is almost collapsing, this contradiction has disappeared. He was also praised for his wisdom. The position under his buttocks is considered stable. Next, good job. The reputation earned in this wave is enough for him to be re-elected. Early May. Europe. When was a mess. China. During Golden Week, it's time to travel as usual. The collapse of the euro has little to do with their lives. Everyone should do whatever they want. Same. As an employee of Tang Qing, I was almost driven to play everywhere. Many employees smiled bitterly, saying that coming here twice a year has passed the initial freshness. I actually think it would be nice to just lie down at home. Damn it, let me do it. Show off. Hong Guogwa shows off. Infuriating. Such thoughts made netizens angry. I am still working overtime, but you can go abroad for free and complain to me that you want to have a baby at home. So infuriating. Myanmar. Dream Province. Phase 2. Miha took his family for a walk on the beach. The last time the second phase opened, he also bought a set. He had no choice but to buy it in Xiamen City, which was impossible. The whole city. There is no commercial housing. Therefore, I bought a set here, mainly for vacation. Xiamen City does not sell it, but it can be rented for a long time. As an employee of Tang Qing's construction company, been here for 4 years. My wife is also a teacher. Then, also divided a set. In Xiamen New District, it is more than 150 square meters, finely decorated and equipped with home appliances, as long as you are willing and it does not violate the law. You can stay forever. Only 10,000 a year. After subsidies. The actual cost is less than 4,000 Asian dollars, which is very cheap. Last month, the Loy New City project in India has been completed, but there are actually still projects there because Indian capital has tasted the benefits and is ready to invest huge amounts of money again. Turn that area into a special zone. But Mihao had no intention of continuing to work on the front line, but applied to be transferred back to the company's headquarters, which is Xiamen City. Plan to live with family. True, I definitely don't make as much as I used to. But now he is past the stage of being sure of money. Loy City, Loy New Town. For these 3 projects, he was the project manager assigned by the company, and his annual salary increased from more than 200,000 yuan to 500,000 yuan for the 3rd project. Also, there is also the highlight, project bonuses plus income from Myanmar stocks. Now, he is also considered a multimillionaire. In terms of Asian dollars, if converted into RMB, it would be nearly 20 million. Financial freedom is not far away, or almost. Therefore, I applied to be transferred back to the headquarters, receive a low salary, and live a small life with weekends and holidays, which is quite good. Free beach shares. Yi Yuan, it's even more valuable now. After reading the news, Mihao smiled. He was right to choose to stay and work when he returned to China. Not sure which construction site it is at. Earned. Certainly not as much as now. Really, choice is more important than hard work. The first major turning point was to join Tang Qing's company. The second one is to believe that Myanmar-owned enterprises will have great development. Then, when Myanmar stock started, I invested some money. After, the stock price is soaring all the way and cannot stop at all. As the value of the Asian dollar rises, there is a bonus to the money earned. If this momentum continues in a few years, it's okay to retire on your own. Certainly. Just thinking about it. I'm used to working and being at home all day is boring. This is already kind of fun. Suddenly, the news flashed. Mihao's eyes widened slightly. Due to too many Eurozone countries withdrawing from the group, Germany announced the convening of a liquidation meeting for the euro, bringing an end to the euro. Europe. 1 week. After a whole week of discussions, the liquidation plan was released, which is based on the exchange rate of the euro 2 months ago after the issuance of new currencies in various countries. According to the exchange rate, exchange all euros on the market. Why 2 months? Simple. It can be regarded as protecting part of the interests of the holders. Otherwise, according to the current euro exchange rate, all holders will suffer heavy losses, including various countries. This way, it's like defaulting on your debt. Therefore, according to the exchange rate of the euro, which was not too miserable 2 months ago, let's liquidate it. In addition to blocking criticism from outside, we also take care of our own country. After all, the largest holders are still the people of the country. It was also this meeting that marked the end of the euro and was a foregone conclusion. On that day, media from all over the world used a black and white page. The titles are similar. Euro become history. I wish you all a happy new year. New year, all the best. Now, worldwide, countless people sighed. True, everyone likes to watch the excitement. And the euro has become history, which is quite exciting. But when it really happened, I couldn't help but sigh. Ups and downs are impermanent. The trend is irreversible. They don't know where the disbanded Eurozone will lead the EU. All I know is that this attempt by the euro was a complete failure. Everything. Go back 10 years. Previously, the existence of the euro has, to a certain extent, promoted the economies of euro area countries, but returning to the era of numerous currencies has greatly reduced its advantages. Within the loose organization of the European Union, you can only fight alone. Future. It will definitely not be as prosperous as a unified currency, and may even be on the decline. Many people had retained their last hope for the euro, already planning to evacuate. In just 12 years, the euro has become history. I once thought that the euro, after the European Union, would deepen the interests of European countries. Unexpectedly, it just broke up. Oh, who would have thought? Countless experts said it was impossible before, but it happened. None of them are reliable. Fortunately, the liquidation method will not bankrupt many people. Yeah, everyone is quite satisfied with this solution. Although the exchange rate 2 months ago was still low, it was still better than it is now. It would be better if it can recover a little bit. At the same time, many people saw a new situation. Asian dollar. After the euro disappears, it will become the world's second largest trading currency. In this counterattack, the Asian dollar has gained a huge advantage. It's amazing that a currency that was only born 6 years ago has surpassed the US dollar all the way. Incredible. When a new currency comes out, will the German currency catch up? What about the dream? That is, the euros bundled together by so many countries in the Eurozone do not have a large proportion of the Asian dollar, let alone Germany. It is difficult to support alone. That's right. The Asian dollar's second position is stable. For the Asian dollar, countless people were left with emotion. 6 years. The Asian dollar has gone through a journey that other currencies may not be able to cross in their lifetime, and has become the second largest payment currency after the US dollar. It is a miracle. The key is that it is just a small country in Southeast Asia. Economy, generally. Industry, generally. Military, generally. Even if it joins the G21, it is mostly the monopoly economic GDP brought about by its unique technology rather than its true strength. What is real strength? Industry, military. This is hard power, but it doesn't take advantage of it. Exactly. He survived all the way and became a legend. It's a bit like Saudi Arabia. Once oil loses value, the entire economy has to return to its original shape. Only, I don't know when Myanmar's oil will be cracked. USA. Consortium. There was silence in the communication band. Finally, the euro has still reached this point. The original plan was to let the euro and the Asian dollar coexist as a way to balance. But I didn't expect the euro to play its cards randomly. It caught everyone off guard. At last, abandoned treatment directly. Think of this. They were very depressed and felt out of control, which made them very uncomfortable. As a consortium, they had almost the most accurate grasp of the general trend of the world, because they are controlling the general trend. But the current situation was not expected at all. They don't like the feeling of not being in control. Tell me, Asian dollar, what should we do? The Asian dollar is not only absorbing the share of the disintegration of the euro, it is also poaching the US dollar's share. It was understandable that it was allowed to go against the euro before. But now, the euro is gone. If we continue to let it go, it will not know who has the final say in this world. It must be suppressed. If someone objects again, then we can only guess that there is something ulterior. Faced with the responsibilities of other consortiums, the supporters of Myanmar did not have the same disputes as before, mainly because the biggest reason has collapsed. Support the Asian dollar and fight against the euro. Now, the euro is gone. Asian dollar. Of course, there is no reason to let it go. This is the argument that they insisted on before, and it was effective. Once the foundation is lost, it cannot be used again. Good thing. They had gotten Kitty's permission to show their cards. Ahem. Everyone. Old Ford grabbed my Sue. Suddenly, everyone looked over. Regarding Burma, I think it can be beaten, but not with too drastic means. Forget about military intervention, just a simple reminder. After hearing this, several other consortiums looked at him with surprise. This old guy at this time still wants to speak for Myanmar. Could it be that something really happened? Then, the more you listen, their mouths opened wider. What? Is Myanmar's development in recent years related to the Ford family? Although I don't seem to have a good relationship with Kitty, we are a family after all. Is it April Fool's Day today? No. April Fool's Day has passed long ago, and on this occasion, in front of so many people, there is no way it can be fake. You all knew it and kept us in the dark. After hearing this one by one, they felt angry, but they quickly calmed down. As for how happy I am, I'm not that happy. They don't have the technology to transcribe the original solution. What are you happy about? But it would be nice to have one more nail in Asia. At least, they are no longer so angry after being robbed of so much share by Yayuan. Generally speaking, they are still in the same camp. I just wasn't happy about hiding it from them. I think we can develop Burma into a dark chess game. Don't forget who our real opponent is, Burma's geographical location and the restricted Asian yuan situation. It's very important. In the future, we can have more means, so Asia yuan can't move, and Burma can't move either. I don't ask you to help it develop, just don't hinder it. Some remarks. The leaders of other consortiums nodded slightly. This reason was quite tenable. If so, they would attack Yuan and Myanmar directly. Not good, but a word of warning, don't go too far, it's still necessary. The current situation of the Asian dollar has reached the peak of its endurance, and it is impossible to let it go. Okay, as you said, a warning. The Asian dollar can no longer take the initiative to erode the share of the US dollar. Its current situation is enough. Otherwise, it is challenging our bottom line. Also, let Kitty come to the United States for specific discussions in person. We need to see her sincerity. Old Ford nodded in agreement to many requests. This, as if she was also in Kitty's calculations. Okay, she will come to the United States again on June 15th. Then we will discuss the specific matters slowly. More than 10 years. Not a single bit of the monetary system of the Eurozone countries has been left. In fact, countries have just mothballed it, and now they just need to pull the equipment out. Overhaul. Prepare materials. Turn on the power. Print money. Exchange currency. As for the exchange rate, naturally, it is formulated in a direction that is beneficial to oneself. Certainly, it is impossible to make random decisions. Commodity prices, welfare benefits, wage levels, and future foreign trade situations in each country must be comprehensively considered. Anyway, after some complicated calculations, a base exchange rate can be arrived at. What they have to do is to add about 10 points on this basis, commonly known as seigniorage. This right, they have been losing money for more than a decade. After the euro was put into circulation, Eurozone countries could no longer print money. If you want money, you can only earn it or borrow it. Now, take back control of money. That feeling. Pretty good. Only, it is impossible to return to the era of casual borrowing. If you print money, you have to bear the risk of currency fluctuations. Overall, the euro model is better. Pity. There is no going back. They ended it with their own hands. Only a week. May 18th, France. The franc re-entered the market. Due to the early withdrawal and sufficient preparation, plus the huge amount of francs recovered at the beginning, it was not completely destroyed. Instead, it is stored in large quantities. Therefore, after determining the exchange rate, major French banks began exchanging currency. At the beginning, only French people could take euros to banks to exchange them. After all, there are not many banknotes at the moment, and they are still being printed. Familiar smell. I'm back. I feel that the franc is still reliable. Child, this thing will be money in the future, and the previous one cannot be spent. Looking at the familiar banknotes in their hands, people felt relieved. It has only been 10 years since the franc left, and everyone has not forgotten it. Many people have collections in their homes. At first, there is a policy when it comes to exchanging euros. That is, within 10 years, franc notes can be exchanged for euros at the Bank of France. The expiration date has just expired. Less than 3 months. Anyway, franc. It has always left traces in their lives. Now that I'm abandoning the euro, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, I feel very kind. Banknote exchange. Relatively troublesome. Funding a bank account is much simpler. It is nothing more than converting deposits from euros to francs according to the exchange rate. Computer operation completed with one click. 3 days. In just 3 days, the electronic currency exchange was all done. Other Eurozone countries were not to be outdone. After determining the exchange rate, they directly restarted the original currency, started printing money, and started printing like crazy. Old coins that have not been destroyed are put back into the market. Everything proceeding in an orderly manner. The recovered euros were transported back to the European Central Bank. Seeing the truckloads of euros being transported back, the people at the European Central Bank all had wry smiles on their faces. In the past, this is all money, one pile can buy a car. Now, turned into paper. Although it will not be destroyed but sealed, they know very well that it is difficult to see it again. A broken mirror is not easy to restore. Private exchange has a single character. The exchange of foreign exchange reserves of various countries is different because the sources of funds are complicated and cannot be clarified at all. Therefore, comprehensive exchange. Proportionately, 100 euros, of which more than 18 yuan can be converted into German marks, and more than 15 yuan can be converted into francs. Except for Greece, no one else can escape. There are 10 currencies in total. Truth. Trouble. But there is no way. If you convert it into a single currency casually, it will involve issues of interest. We all share the burden, and no one can say anything. A complex currency area. Apparently, there is no single currency area with strong competitiveness, and it is too troublesome to exchange them. causing the competitiveness of the entire euro area currency to drop significantly. Dollar, Asian dollar, GBP, take the nutrients from the wreckage of the eurozone and become hot again. China, Beijing. Looking at the euro situation, which has collapsed since the beginning of the year, Chiron has suffered from mistakes again and again, which even domestic think tanks could not have imagined. At last, the euro will collapse. Real. What he saw was all confusion. The United States promised to save the situation, but ended up in this situation, which was really unexpected. He felt extremely strange. Recently, a large number of experts and scholars jumped out. Analyze. Argument. Try to cleanse the ground. Is it useful? Pull. Forcibly explaining the collapse of the euro based on purely economic principles will only frighten laymen. This international trend, if those theories are useful, the world would be at peace. Pity. Even about his relationship, we can't know much. We only know that there is a tearing force within the eurozone countries, which is natural. Or consortium planning. I don't know. Perhaps. The real reason will be buried in history for a long time. Come early June. USA. A report issued by an authoritative organization shows that the Asian dollar has completely become the world's second international trade currency, accounting for 19/5. At this time, the dollar is at 46%, a record high. Someone is curious. If the euro is gone, why doesn't the Asian dollar share rise sharply? The reason is very simple. The euro is gone, and the currencies of the former euro area countries have come out to replace it. True, confidence is shaky now. But those countries are still developed countries, with basic confidence points and basic proportions. If they don't surpass them, they can eat them all. The current situation, already the best. As for the third-place pound, due to the impact of the Brexit issue, its share of decline has also increased a bit, but it is still only a little over 5%. Only 1/3 of the Asian dollar. At this time, Britain is a little depressed. When I was surpassed by yuan, I thought I could come back later, but I didn't expect that yuan ran away. Now, the pound can only stand on its own feet to see the Asian dollar. Depressed. The gap is so big that even without the euro, the pound can only be ranked third. If there is no miracle, the ranking is likely to be solidified, which is very speechless. It used to be the third child. It will still be the case in the future. Accurate. June is quite special for China. The annual college entrance examination is about to begin again. Yantang University also joined the list this year. To this, how many people lamented that it was a pity that they couldn't get in? But if you think about it carefully, even if Yantang University has a third-tier college, if you want to be admitted, you must have a first-tier college. There is no difference at all. In addition, this is naturally good news for the first batch of students graduating from Yantang, because the diplomas they received are from the same institution and have different meanings. At this time, Yantang is a senior and has completed the defense of his graduation thesis. Have a holiday? No travel. As long as they are willing, Yantang University will pay for them and organize them to travel. Even if they sign up to work for an organization, they almost always report in July. Therefore, they had a month to wander around. Chapter 2401 9th Level Authority. I don't know how many other college students are envious of such benefits. I admit I feel sour. Oh, compared with other people, our school, let's not talk about it. Go to work, 3 months of internship, basic salary of 1,110 yuan, and this is what 4 years of college are for. Rich, willful. They felt that they were so miserable. At my own university, during graduation season, I was urged to sign a tripartite agreement. Other people's universities, graduation season, traveling around the world. Sour. It's like drinking a bottle of vinegar. Envious. When I took the 985 and 211 exams, I tried my best to take the Yantang exam. But now it's too late to regret it. All I can do is watch others look cool. Certainly, some people are depressed, and some people are happy. Haha. In September, Yantang Research Institute reported that from Peking University to Yantang, I hope that in 3 years, I can also enjoy the benefits of traveling everywhere. Absolutely. That's right. Undergraduate graduates should have this benefit, and graduate students should also have it. Tang Qing is not a stingy person, and he must treat everyone equally. True, Qingbei is famous, but Yintang University is not weak now. It is the #1 private university in the country, and no one dares to stand up and refute it, whether it's the faculty or the teaching level. All impeccable, not inferior to Qingbei. Say it again. A considerable number of outstanding graduates from Qingbei Fu, as well as major universities, are looking forward to joining Tang Qing's company, considering it a promising future. Therefore, reserved? Is it worth a house? First batch, more than 30,000 sets. This year, with more than 100,000 units, this scale of housing allocation ranks first among private enterprises. Even in state-owned enterprises, there are few now. Everyone studies hard and is more of a family. And the third phase is 300,000 units. Sky. It would be foolish to turn a blind eye to such shortcuts in life. There has even been a rumor recently that anyone who is a student of Yintang, undergraduate degree, from now on, even if you don't work for a company owned by Tang Qing, you can still find a fundraising house. This news has not been confirmed yet, but many people think it is very possible. First, Tang Qing is rich. Second, they are also willing to spend money on their employees. Therefore, we do not rule out the possibility of introducing such a benefit in the future. Anyway, entering Yintang is one step closer to a happy life. Hundreds of thousands of employees who have been allocated housing have proven this and will continue to prove it. Follow Tang Qing and make sure money. Yintang, girls' dormitory. Shichi, you really don't want to go? This is a rare opportunity. The two roommates have already packed their bags and are ready to leave for a trip to a foreign country. After you come back, you will have to attend the graduation ceremony to truly graduate. It's still not too late to sign up now, the roommate added. No. Qin Shichi smiled and shook her head. Travel? I'm really not interested anymore. North America, Europe, Myanmar, island country. She has even been to the North Pole, and she really has no plans to go there again. And she still has something to do, Tang Qing said at the beginning after she graduated from college. Open a company and let her take care of it. Therefore, not in the mood to travel far. Okay, then you can make your own arrangement for the summer vacation. See you later. They had no choice but to leave. As for Qin Shichi, they still don't know her relationship with Tang Qing. All I know is that my family is quite rich and has some background. Otherwise, she will not always be able to work part-time in the Tianyin group. And Qin Shichi also has two cute and beautiful sisters who are considered popular figures in the school. Goodbye. Qin Shichi came to Qin Shiyu and Tang Yinner's dormitory. She had graduated, but the two girls were still preparing for the final exams of their junior year. Let's go to the company Tang Qing mentioned and work as odd jobs together. At this time, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing also finally received the 9th level authority prompt. Within one statistical period, the Asian dollar surpassed the euro and became the world's second international trade currency. Office. Raise your hand. Instantly, a cube alloy block with a side length of 1 meter floated in front of him. I looked at the 100-to-1 model of the space probe, not far away. A thought. Architecture. Cutting. Just a few seconds. The alloy block is separated up and down, and in the center is an identical metal detector model. Every detail is extremely delicate. The same goes for its interior, which is exquisite. Last upgrade. He can use this cutting ability in space, which is very powerful. With a snap of his fingers, the remaining metal material floated next to him. Click, click. It was processed into parts for various weapons. Everything. It's like drinking water. After the projection of the 9th level authority and space authority, he can use this ability outside. Now, he can even see an aircraft carrier in front of him. During the breath, it also had to break into pieces. One word. Powerful. After a few seconds. Training area. Feeling the new space authority, Tang Qing couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes. This. All okay. If it could only be cut before, it is now. Extraction. Substance extraction. What's the use? Of course it works. For example, Tang Qing moved his hand, and a huge stone containing gold appeared next to him. With a thought, the whole stone seemed to turn into dust. Then regroup. A golden thing is gold. There are other metal and non-metal elements next to it, which have also been extracted and placed in a pile. Tang Qing was slightly shocked. This is simply the most powerful smelting skill, and it's quite scary, because if used on someone, it will disappear directly. So scary. A long time. Come back to your senses. Returning to the office, this ability should be used with caution. Anyway, there is no shortage of smelting equipment, so there's no need to go out and extract the minerals yourself. Only, Tang Qing was very curious. What kind of power would the 10th level of authority have? Myanmar. Naypyidaw, the villa where Kitty lives. Farming every day is fulfilling, but I am just a little curious. Now the only target for the Asian dollar is the US dollar. Next, what will the organization do? Bar? Although they know some secrets, can an organization collide head-on with the most powerful country in the world? This idea is really unrealistic. And the Asian dollar also collapsed against the euro. Enemies are everywhere. In 2 days, she has to go to the United States, but until now, no one has come to tell her how to talk about it then. Kitty felt that this game was too big. She can't play with her abilities. Have no choice. Can only wait. I hope that the organization will not collapse. Once that happens, it may cause catastrophic disasters, although the organization seems to have hidden forces in the United States. There seem to be many own people all over the world. When the consortium joins forces, who can stop it? The Myanmar sky is completely unobstructed. If you are determined, European and American planes are not vegetarian. Is it worth offending so many forces just to gain a share of the Asian dollar? Finished. It's hot. Kitty returned to the villa and prepared to blow on the air conditioner. Once inside, she became alert because there was someone in the living room looking at one of her works. With an extraordinary background, she learned music, painting, and other skills since she was a child. Although his attainments are average, but it can also catch the eye. It's not bad, but the technique is a bit poor. Then she saw the man turn around, and when Kitty saw his face clearly, her eyes suddenly widened. You, Tang Qing. Kitty was surprised. Talk. When did Tang Qing come to Myanmar? As a figure who has attracted much attention from the world, she is often seen on TV, and it is known that she rarely goes abroad. Certainly, this is not important. What is important is why Tang Qing appears here. This is a villa arranged for her by the organization. There will be no outsiders except people from the organization. So, Kitty took a deep breath. Finally, a guest was confirmed. Looking back at the major events in the past few years, they all started after 2005, whether it was Myanmar, ERV, and Tang Qing. Previously, when I learned that there was an organization behind Myanmar, she had doubts about ERV. Later, after learning that ERV is indeed controlled by the organization, a person inevitably bursts into sight, Tang Qing. Its relationship with Myanmar is unusual. Starting from zero, he was doing business with Tang Kai, reselling jade and jewelry. Later, Ling Fufa is also doing business with Tang Qing holographic projection. Therefore, Kitty doesn't believe it if Tang Qing has nothing to do with the organization. Seeing Tang Qing appear in the villa now confirms the speculation. Kitty was helpless. This world, she couldn't understand it more and more. Myanmar, of Tang Qing, Kovaro. These are connected in series and are extremely complex. The world's richest man and the second richest man in the world are both members of the organization. The world is kept in the dark. Now, even though she was prepared, she was extremely shocked at the moment of the reveal. I really don't know how complicated this situation is. Headache. It's so mind-numbing. A long time. Calm down your mood. Look up. Kitty smiled bitterly and asked, Mr. Tang Qing, I didn't expect that you are also a member of the organization. I wonder if you have any business with me this time? Of course. Tang Qing smiled. Now, the biggest enemy of the Asian dollar is the US dollar. The consortium has no intention of letting the Asian dollar continue to expand and win against the euro, which has offended many people. If a conflict such as war breaks out, it will be very detrimental to Myanmar. Therefore, he has no intention of continuing to provoke infighting within the consortium. It's time. Show your fist. It just so happened that when Kitty went this time, the American consortium came together. After playing chess for so long, it was time to see them. Peace. Please tell me. Kitty's face straightened. Think about it. Tang Qing should be a senior member of the organization, like the president of ERV, at least higher than himself. Go to the United States. Your task is very simple. Finish the order. Tang Qing did not teleport away directly, but took a walk and walked out. This place was in a remote place. Except for Kitty, there were all soldiers around covertly and covertly, not afraid of being seen by outsiders. Soon, disappeared at the end of Kitty's field of vision. Sideways. I returned to the office in Shanghai and continued my self-design. I had just made a business trip, but the trip was too short, and it only took more than 20 minutes. June. It's the rainy season. South. In many places, widespread rainfall began. In the past, there would have been more or less floods, but this year there were none. Media. Online. There was a heated discussion. The effect of the water network is amazing. In previous years, floods were fought everywhere, but now it is better. All possible. Floods have been diverted away. Miracle. Trillion-level investment continues, and it really does not disappoint. At the beginning of last year, China began to build water networks and water storage nodes. In 2 months, the occurrence of floods was greatly reduced. To date, in the past year or so, the construction of the water network has become more complete and dense. Although a lot of cultivated land has been reduced, there is no shortage of it now. Oasis technology. Desert farmland. There is water. Food can be grown anywhere, and not many people in the village are willing to farm the land now. Large areas are barren, so these are used to compensate for the occupied land. Just right. Now, the East-West Water Diversion Project has also entered an advanced stage, benefiting all the places it passes. When it is completed, the water resources layout of the entire China will be completely improved. Now, how many people are lamenting that the world is changing so fast? 6 years ago, water, air, is still a big problem before mankind, but now everything is solved. Filtration technology improves air quality around the world. Oasis. Let soil erosion in the upper reaches of the Yellow River be completely controlled. Water purifier. Water pollution in all rivers and lakes becomes effectively controllable. Today's Yellow River is very clear, and the entire basin is lush and green. Cancer. Become treatable. Many people feel that it is unreal because it happens so fast. In 6 years, the baby has not grown up yet, but the world feels completely new. Anyway, everything is getting better, but some people are still not satisfied and want more changes. For example, you can lose weight and have abdominal muscles without exercising. For example, new skincare technology makes slightly wrinkled skin look like a girl's. For example, no need to work, just money to spend. For example, the state sends a wife. Tang Qing also takes these expectations as amusement. As mentioned before, he has a lot of skills in his hands, but he is not ready to use them all. Take a pill and you can lose weight and have abdominal muscles without exercising. This technology, he has. But sorry, even if there is $1 trillion market, he is not ready to take it out. There are already many things in this world that are easily accessible to people, so there can't be too many. Some spirits need to be promoted. Sports is a kind of spirit. You can lose weight by exercising self-control and persistence while lying down. Those who work hard will only be regarded as fools by some people. So, he has a little plan. July. The company Qin Shiqi wants to manage is a charity company. Prepare to do some interesting attempts across the country. One of them. It's about building a fitness center. Free? No. There will be a fee, but it won't be high. It will be a nominal charge. As for whether it will take away countless gym businesses, come on, aren't there enough people running away? Your own fitness center also needs coaches. Losing money? Right? It's just losing money. If the Tang family wants to take root in China, it needs to be managed. Anyway, its so-called net worth of 900 billion US dollars. What does it mean to you in front of your true wealth? One's own strength is destined to be the distributor of wealth in the future, not the one who earns it. He decides which pile of candies will be given to whom, whether it is an individual, a company, a consortium, or a country. They're all holding candies in their hands. Just give me some small benefits. June 14th, morning. Manhattan International Airport. Get off the plane. Kitty pushed up her sunglasses. Regarding this mission, she felt that she was simply asking herself to die. But the organization has a destiny, and since Tang Qing can speak to herself on behalf of the organization, she must carry it out. I think the organization has the backup, so it won't abandon itself like this. As for what kind of backhand, she has no right to know. Get in the car. Set off. Just like last time, I didn't go through customs at all and left directly through the special channel. The difference is that this time, it is the consortium that helps exempt the inspection. Kitty's arrival was not kept secret from the consortium. They were all very excited. After waiting for more than 20 days, they finally got this sincerity. This time, you can think of a way and show your authority. By the way, knock some meat off. Just after Kitty arrived at her residence, a dozen cars with special license plates appeared around the manor to provide warning, and 2 people came in. Miss Kitty, we are here to take charge of your peripheral security. The leader was a big, strong man. Okay. Kitty did not refuse. The liaison officer next to her had given instructions that the person coming was one of her own. What shocked her was that these people were actually sent by the consortium and a member of the Secret Service of Homeland Security. This arrangement was intended to dispel her wariness. What is this concept? The president's protective force is the Secret Service. She was shocked that the organization's tentacles actually reached this place, which was really unbelievable. For a moment, she suspected that there was a European and American consortium behind the organization. But everything that happened before made no sense, and everything was shrouded in fog. Not true. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Have no choice. I have to give up such brain-burning behavior. Scared. If it weren't for the European and American consortium, the power of the organization is simply unbelievable. Coupled with the content of the mission given by Tang Qing, she became more and more suspicious that there was a European and American consortium behind the organization. The next day, morning, Kitty arrived at the meeting place, an old castle manor. A few kilometers away, the entire road was under martial law, and there were people in black everywhere. What's wrong? Is there a big shot coming to New York? I don't know. Why are you slowing down? You want to be detained. The car slowed down, and many people looked over. Some men in black even put their hands on their waists. The co-pilot panicked. Seeing such a formation, the people passing by stepped on the accelerator and accelerated because not only the NYPD, but also the FBI and the Secret Service were under martial law. They all looked scary. Certainly, it's not like anyone actually dares to cause trouble here. It's just save face. Miss Kitty, no weapons are allowed on site. Please cooperate with your bodyguard. Yes. Kitty nodded. Security check. After the bodyguards put on the mating devices, she walked into the castle. She was only allowed to take 2 bodyguards with her. She took her liaison person and another female bodyguard with her. Soon, come to a huge arch squeak. Push the door open. Kitty saw the talkers from the major financial groups. They were sitting on an oval table. Around the room, there were tall men in black standing in a circle. Each person brings 2, a housekeeper and a security guard, both of whom are absolute confidants. Now, Kitty couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Even she had never attended meetings with so many big shots before. Behind several consortiums are several families. Therefore, there are nearly 20 pairs of sharp eyes on the table. Same. The leaders of the major financial groups also looked at Kitty with burning eyes. At their age, they have already passed the stage of being impulsive toward the opposite sex. Appreciate, curious, surprised. How such a woman managed to achieve such a big success is truly amazing. It took 6 years to create a world-class currency. True, it's because of their non-interference, but it also proved its excellence. Boom! The giant door closed. "Sit down." Old Ford pointed to the seat next to the door. As the main protagonist of the meeting, Kitty was assigned to sit at a central seat at the oval table. Okay. Kitty sat down. At this time, the spokesperson of the Rockefeller family who was facing him said, "Kitty, the last time we met, you were only in your teens, and you have achieved so much in the blink of an eye." "Very good. Can you tell me about your experience over the years?" "We didn't talk about interests at the beginning. We have a lot of time today." In fact, they also want to know how Kitty became the Lord of Miao. So curious. Hear the words. Kitty smiled. "It's nothing. I'm just lucky. One of my laboratories has developed the original transcription solution, and I'm thinking of finding a place to make it work. Miao is a good place. Then, there is no more." Everyone was speechless. This is the same as asking you how to succeed, and you reply. You have an idea, you do it, and you succeed. It's so simple that it is worthless. Ahem. Where are the details? Secret. Kitty was very uncooperative. See this? They could only give up without getting too angry. The main purpose of today was profit, so they quickly returned to the topic. Then let's get down to business. Kitty, today's Asian dollar has become the second largest currency in the world. But after surpassing the euro, it did not stop and started to grab the share of the US dollar. We cannot accept this. Therefore, please stop the expansion of the Asian dollar immediately. The current situation can allow you to maintain it. If you challenge the status of the US dollar again, you know the consequences. The picture is poor and the dagger can be seen. Forehead, that's pretty much what it means. A threat came up and Kitty's face changed color. If she was really the Lord of Burma, she might really be threatened. Pity. He is not. She is just a pawn. Peace. Don't consider the overall situation. Only focus on the task. Okay. Kitty agreed with a smile. One listen. The consortium were slightly surprised. I thought Kitty was going to argue with them, but unexpectedly she agreed immediately. So simply, let them prepare for the second wave of threats. No chance to explore it all. All right. They have finally achieved their first goal. Very good. Kitty, it's very good that you can take the overall situation into consideration. Yuan's current share is high enough, and Myanmar's stall is too small to support it. That's good. The second thing is that Yuan has completely offended the European family. If we don't take action against Yuan, it doesn't mean that it won't. Even, we don't rule out the use of military means. The old man looked at Kitty, but he couldn't see any panic. I know. Kitty nodded. There's no need to think too much. The other side is about to make a request. So, in order to maintain the good situation of the Asian dollar for a long time, I think you should open up some technologies, such as the production of transcription stock solution. That's it. We can help to withstand the pressure there. The words fell. The scene is silent. Now, everyone looked at Kitty. Even old Ford did not stand up to refute, because he understood very well that even if he helped to speak, it would be useless. Kitty wouldn't give him her skills alone, and his family could not withstand the pressure from other consortiums. So, only acquiescence. Say it again. He didn't think that Kitty would agree immediately. For such a big thing, as the lifeline of Mian AI, even if Kitty agreed, there would be a buffer period. 3 years. 5 years. Even longer. Anyway, old Ford had predicted that Kitty would never agree to open up the technology in the short term. In this case, it doesn't make much sense for him to jump out and object. Same. Other consortiums also felt that it was impossible for Kitty to agree, but the purpose of negotiation was to first put forward a condition that the other party could not agree to. Bargain with each other. Talk slowly. Final. Reach a level acceptable to both parties. However, just when they thought they were going to hear rejection. Okay, Kitty said calmly. If we have differences, let's take it slow. What? You agree? Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Such a straightforward agreement was really unexpected. Yes. How long do we need to wait? Someone asked very wisely. Only. Kitty shook her head. It's okay today, as long as you agree to one condition. Everyone was a little confused again. Agree to one condition? It was enough for today, which made them very happy and felt that today was going so smoothly. What conditions? Their eyes focused on each other. Now, Kitty felt helpless. This was going to cause trouble. Taking a deep breath, he followed Tang Qing's instructions and said, "All of you, surrender to us." Boom! Like thunder, echoed throughout the room. At this time, most people thought Kitty was crazy. What was this, surrender? I wouldn't be able to say such arrogant things without being mentally ill for a certain period of time. Who are they? Consortium, the most powerful force in this land. Economy, military, politics. They are all within their sphere of influence. Added together, stomping their feet, the trembling existence of the United States is actually being called to surrender by a little girl? What a joke. Arrogant. Kitty, do you know what you're talking about? Please take back this sentence and apologize. They all accused Kitty of not knowing etiquette and speaking arrogantly. Old Ford was also anxious. This was to offend other people. He simply said, "Kitty must be joking. Don't take it seriously." Someone jumped out to wash the floor. Soon, the scene calmed down a bit, but Kitty looked at her unkindly. "Giddy, this condition is completely without sincerity. Please ask everyone here if you can agree to it." Old Rockefeller looked at Kitty coldly. "If there is anyone who agrees, except the Ford family, I will agree." He was also very angry. In such a big life, no one dares to be in front of him. Such arrogance. Only, as soon as these words came out, Kitty looked at him in surprise. "Are you serious?" "Yes." Suddenly, Kitty's eyes became even stranger, and a few seconds later, Cecil of the ERV Consortium stood up. "I think Miss Kitty's proposal is very good." Quiet. The whole room could hear a pin drop. Old Rockefeller's eyes widened. What did he hear just now? Cecil agrees? This is an illusion. Talk. Today is not April Fool's Day. Cecil, did you take the wrong medicine today? Sit down. We can pretend you never said this. Everyone began to be unfriendly to Cecil, and the DuPont family frowned. Even if they had cooperated before, they would not be able to agree to the so-called surrender. It feels crazy. See this? Cecil looked at the old Rockefeller without changing his expression and said calmly, "What you say doesn't count." The old Rockefeller's face turned red. Fark! The slap in the face came so fast that I really didn't expect Cecil to jump out. It didn't seem like a joke, but if it wasn't, it would be a lot of fun. "Cecil, what do you mean?" Rockefeller asked. "It's nothing. I just feel that you should keep your promise." "What kind of promise are you talking about? Why are you doing this? Are you taking advantage of Kitty, or are you going against us?" Faced with the question, Cecil's expression remained calm, and he said again, "You don't mean what you say." Well, now there are still people who stand up and agree, so I agree. Old Rockfield snorted coldly. Bah! The words fell. The talker of the Maillon Consortium stood up and said, "I agree to Kitty's conditions." Instantly, the whole scene was awkward. The old man was also quite helpless. He almost died before, but was saved by someone and joined an organization inexplicably. Today, it was the first mission under the organization, and it was so exciting. Kitty was also a little confused. Talk. She knew that ERV was from the organization, so there was no problem, but what was going on with the Maillon Consortium? Is it also organized? Could this be the organization's backhand? But what's the use? The conditions are impossible to be accepted by normal people, and the old Rockefeller will not admit it. Unless he is really stupid, it is simply impossible. This is also true. You must have teamed up to deal with me. Okay, very good. You succeeded in irritating me. Another repudiation. Are you ashamed at such an old age? Cecil curled his lips and gave him a look of contempt. Old Rockefeller took a deep breath. Suppress your anger. You two, what is going on? I just noticed that Kitty was talking about us just now. Have you two been bribed by her? Analyzed. The words fell. Their eyes were focused with confusion. The two major consortiums control strong financial resources and influence. Even if Kitty has the original transcription solution, it will be difficult to bribe them. Why on earth let the two of them do this? Headache. The current situation is really beyond expectations. Face questioning. Cecil didn't respond. Get up. Leave your seat. Slowly walked up to old Rockefeller. Bang. He slapped the table in front of him with one palm. To everyone's surprise, his bodyguard didn't come up to stop him. Not moving. What are you doing? It's nothing. I just want to express dissatisfaction with the people who broke their promises. Since today's meeting is here, there will be no results. No one can leave. These words. Many people present could hear their hearts beating wildly. Come on, are you all dead? What a pity. No one came up. Look back. Old Rockefeller had already seen his butler and another confidant bodyguard, motionless, with eyes full of fear and helplessness. It was like experiencing the most terrifying thing in the world. He saw it. Same. Others also saw it, and suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, and their backs felt a little cold. Rockefeller's bodyguard turned a blind eye. How terrible this is. Someone's coming. Someone's coming, old Rockefeller shouted, hoping that his people outside the door could hear him. Then something he was happy about happened. A group of men in black rushed in from the door. Each one had a grab in their hands. Quick, Cecil attacked me. He's crazy. Catch him quickly, he shouted, pointing at Cecil. But it's not finished yet. He was stunned. Click. The sound of loading sounded. Then, a cold thing was pointed at his head, and the person holding the weapon was the guard captain of his family's estate, who had been loyal to the Rockefeller family for many years. Shocking. Horrified. Fear. Now, old Rockefeller was very frightened. This was a loyal person that his family had cultivated since childhood. But I didn't expect that one day I would grab it. Point to his head. God, today is really not April Fool's Day. Can you please stop making such a joke? He wished this was a dream, but the cold metal told him it wasn't. Everything. It's all true. He, the leader of the Rockefeller Group, was robbed and pointed at by his subordinates. Same. Most of the other people at the scene were also in a state of confusion. What kind of scene was this? Not a Rockefeller guy. How to aim the robbery at him? Dazzled? Still didn't wake up today. The head of the Morgan family stood up and was about to speak when a man in black came up from behind and pushed him back into his seat. Sit tight. He finished. The other men in black who had just rushed him were also standing behind everyone. This scene, the eyes of their respective confidants standing behind, were astonishing. After Cecil of the ERV stood up, they could not move, and their bodies seemed to be petrified. Can breathe. Can blink. However, they just couldn't open their mouths. This feeling, as if their thoughts had been exiled, frightened them. There was only horror in his eyes. One of the themes. Kitty. Her eyes widened. She really didn't understand what happened. How could Rockefeller's men obey Cecil's orders? Could it be? Was he also bribed by the organization? Rye smiled. Kitty didn't know much about how powerful the organization was before, only that it was very big. Now I see that the organization needs to be raised to a higher level. Scared. The leader of the consortium is surrounded by people from the organization. Talk. Is there anything more outrageous? What are you going to do? Why did you betray me? Rockefeller glared at the captain. One after another, he was betrayed by his most trusted people. How not to be angry? Hear the words. The captain smiled slightly. Mr. Rockefeller, people should be aware of current affairs. If someone can give me what I need, and you can't give it, I will naturally make the right choice. What conditions? Money. The captain did not answer. Cecil waved his hand, and he put away the grab in his hand and stood aside with his hand behind his back. Cecil once again takes center stage. Too terrible. After so many years, such a big game has been played. Okay, don't be surprised. There's still many things you don't know. Let's talk about it first. The conditions we just mentioned. It's very simple. From now on, you become a member of our organization. Listen to this. Rockefeller was furious. You are dreaming of seizing our century-old inheritance. I will never agree to it if we have an accident today. You, Cecil, have nothing to do with it. Listen to this. Cecil smiled. Really? Do you want to take a gamble? Old Rockefeller suddenly choked. Because another cold object came into contact with his forehead, and he took a deep breath. If you want to rob, everyone's guards outside will definitely hear it. You can bribe him, but you can't bribe others. Oh, Cecil nodded as if he understood. Immediately, take the weapon. Bang, 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 click. He fired all the bullets inside and broke more than a dozen window glass. Such a noise could be heard by anyone who was not deaf outside. You know, There are nearly 1,000 security guards outside, and they're all very vigilant. They will not let go of any disturbance, let alone such a big movement just now. Great, Cecil is seeking death. He's crazy. He's saved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Cecil must have gone crazy. He started to rob and opened the window. The loud noise of breaking glass would definitely be heard by his subordinates. This time, the tables are turned. Haha, you're done. Cecil, your madness has made you lose your mind. Old Rockefeller sneered, waiting for someone to rush in. Oh, return to the captain. Cecil returned to his seat and took a sip of tea. Everyone thought he was going to be judged. But half a minute, 1 minute, 3 minutes. Everyone's joyful mood sank to the bottom. According to common sense, a large number of people would rush in after such a loud noise in half a minute at the latest. But for 3 minutes, there was no movement, as if there was no one outside. Atmosphere. I suddenly felt a little embarrassed and even felt cold. There must be someone outside, but they didn't come in. There are only 2 reasons. First, all dead. Second, all rebelled. A cold breath penetrated my heart. No matter which way it was too terrible. So many people were killed silently, or they were bribed. Oh my gosh. God, can anyone explain what happened? Where are my people? Cecil finished his drink. Look up. What else do you have to say? Cecil glanced at Rockefeller, and also at the others. What about you? Who has any opinions? Everyone's minds were buzzing now, and they didn't know what to ask. A long time. The talker of the Morgan family spoke up. Cecil, from what happened today, it can be seen that you must have been planning this for many years, right? Mian Yao. Of Kitty, Yi Yuan. Persuading Mei Long to join, and even Old Ford. I'm very doubtful. Did you do the trick? It wasn't me. Old Ford looked bitter. This game. Too big. He still can't understand it. It's too confusing. Morgan nodded. I believe you for the time being. Then ERV used Kitty's relationship to deceive you. Let you side with the Burmese camp. After, I have a big doubt that hinders our covetousness of Burma. If the confusion can be clarified, maybe I can consider your conditions. Please tell me. Cecil stared at him and smiled lightly. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Old Morgan stared at him. You are most likely not the chess player. There must be a huge force behind all this. You. Zero. Kitty. They're just doing business. I want to know now who is playing this game. Since you want to join, you must be sincere. These words. Of course it's bullshit. He just wants to know who is behind the scenes. His button has the latest technology that can transmit information to one place. Believe. Now that his men have taken action, he doesn't think that his men will be bribed like Rockefeller. Shame on you. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were focused on Cecil again. Be curious. There is dissatisfaction. This chess. Who is next? They want to know so much. I actually have a guess in my mind that it is that family in Europe, but there are many mysteries. Can't figure out at all. Hear the words. Cecil leaned back in his chair and glanced around. What about you? Is that what you mean too? If not, then let's talk in another way. I'm not interested in helping you all solve your doubts. Do you understand? Everyone looked at each other. Indeed. Just now, it was just the Morgan family's statement that they all wanted to watch the show, but seeing the current situation, Cecil was unwilling to perform for them. But I agree with Morgan's words, but feel unwilling to do so. Just one answer. It's not worth everyone getting into. Silence. The atmosphere became quiet. The people outside don't know what's going on. The situation is completely controlled by others, and their lives are not in their own hands. How to talk? Now, Kitty also smiled bitterly. The current situation was extremely tense. If it's not handled well, tomorrow's headlines will surely shock the world. And depends on what the organization means. Today, they must be allowed to submit, and there is no possibility of them going back to prepare for a counterattack. If it works, oh my God, this world is going to change. On organization, it will become the one and only existence in this world, possess unimaginable power and wealth, and become the largest powerful existence on the earth. Truth. She was also extremely curious, who was playing chess nearby. 1 minute later. Cough. Morgan coughed and turned on the wheat sequence. Cecil. Actually, it goes without saying. I can roughly guess that it will be very difficult for us if you don't tell us anything. Just tell us. Anyway, the situation is in your hands. We can weigh it up and decide whether to agree. After listening, Cecil smiled at him. Old Morgan, you are right. But if you hope that the thing in your button can be notified to your men, then all I can say is, you are overthinking. Now, Old Morgan was no longer calm, with a look of surprise on his face. How could you know? This. The people who know it are only a handful of people. Maybe they're their own subordinates. Nothing is impossible. Just like 10 minutes ago. Can you imagine the current situation? When people get old, they should learn one thing. Accept reality. Also, many of you have some kind of insurance measures, but please don't have too high expectations for them. It's useless. These words. Everyone's mouths twitched. At the same time, I became even more flustered. To know, these were all backup tricks, and at this age, one would cherish one's life. But I didn't expect Cecil to know all about it, which was a bit scary. No, but still so arrogant. So, it is certain that the opponent has the absolute strength to jump counter and is sure that today's result will be in favor of ERV. How dare you behave like this? God, I really hope this is a dream and wake up soon. It's so scary. For a while, the scene fell silent again. All the insurance measures had been overturned, and their confidence was reduced. One thing they knew deeply about living such a long life. Chips are the most important thing in negotiations. Apparently, they lost a lot. Certainly, to say that it is completely lost, it is not yet. After all, behind each of them is a powerful consortium, which controls strength that outsiders can hardly imagine. This is the confidence. Within a short distance, everyone is at war with the enemy. No matter how awesome, there was no way to block the weapons that were close at hand. At this time, Cecil said, "Okay, it seems that what just happened has made you realize the reality. This is a good start. Next, let's talk about the conditions. Obedience. It is not slavery. From now on, just be obedient on some things. We have no interest in your money, and we can even give you a lot of benefits. Help consolidate our position. Continue to sit at the top of the world's power. After stick. Naturally, give me dates. You can continue to live a stable life and enjoy rights and status. Having said this, you should also understand one thing. Today, we are bound to win. The second scenario is not allowed to happen. Do you understand?" Cecil's last question echoed in the room. This statement, it can be regarded as breaking the last illusion of the financial groups. Cecil said that's right. People have said so much and done things to this extent. I had no intention of returning in failure. Either the other side wins. Either lose yourself. Anyway, their lives are now in the hands of others, and they have no bargaining chips at all. This situation made the atmosphere on the scene feel gloomy. This game, how to break it? They were all half-buried old men, the kind who would knock one out with one punch. They don't want to die, and they don't want to have multiple masters above them, so they are very torn. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Cecil did not rush them anymore, but drank tea in silence. Kitty was a bit impatient. These people wanted to delay time in order to get a chance to turn around. How could she not know? But a person speaks softly. Her scene has ended. From a moment Cecil stood up, the entire stage was taken over by him. I am just one of the people taking a final call. Suddenly, squeak, the door was pushed open. Moment, everyone looked over. The consortium members were happy at first, thinking that there was a turn of events. Kitty panicked slightly, but her back was to the door. If it were an enemy, she would bear the brunt of it. But, turn around. She saw a scene that horrified her, and she saw Tang Qing walking in, wearing casual clothes, with a faint smile on his handsome face. Leisurely steps in the courtyard. Like at home. Immediately, Kitty stood up. Cecil also stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Commander," which made the atmosphere in the whole room stagnant. These words, it was said in Chinese, but there were many people present who could speak a little Chinese, and their respectful gestures were enough to show that the other party had a higher status than him. This was so frightening. Of emerging consortium, Cecil, the world's richest man. Where is Tang Qing? He is just the second richest man, a Chinese with no foundation. Even the processor and other technologies used in the Mobile phone are all from ERV. Comet Group cannot make much money. Microcrystal technology and holographic imaging technology are the lifeblood of Myanmar Bank Group, as are thermostatic clothes. Hummingbird Store may seem like a big business, but it really doesn't make much money. Anyway, Tang Qing's enterprises are very weak and may collapse someday. But now, Cecil objected to Tang Qing being respectful, and if Tang Qing could come here, it was almost certain that Tang Qing was a member of that organization, and very high status. However, the next sentence made them lose their composure at all, and almost jumped out of their chairs. Tang Qing was seen sitting where Kitty stood up. Pa, he put his feet on the table and smiled lightly. I heard that you really want to see me. These words, the people present were not fools and immediately understood the meaning. They had just said that they wanted to see the chess player, but Tang Qing already understood the meaning of these words. This, they shouted in their hearts. This is impossible. Shocking. Horror. Don't believe it. All kinds of emotions filled their minds. Everyone's eyes widened. No matter how imaginative they were, they never doubted Tang Qing. What they were talking about was meeting the chess player, the biggest boss of the entire force, the designer and leader of the entire chaos. Now, Tang Qing said, I am. Just ask. How can they accept it? Superclass. There is no such super method. Is this going to subvert their three views? Suddenly, I had doubts about the world and myself. 3 questions in life. Please answer them. For a while, Old Morgan said, Mr. Tang Qing, please stop joking. We are talking about business. You have hidden it too well. Everyone thinks that you and Cecil are rivals. One is first and the other is second. Unexpectedly, they actually belong to the same force. I have to say, I was really scared and shocked. Even if I wanted to break my head, I couldn't have imagined it. I admire you. After the compliment, Old Morgan took a deep breath. But now, it's a matter of survival. I hope you will show real sincerity and let your highest person in charge come. We don't want to continue to be fools. It is true. Tang Qing appeared on the scene and was said to be the person behind the scenes, but he did not believe that Tang Qing would be the leader of all this. Too young. 6 years ago, Tang Qing was still in high school, and the following year, Zero began to rise to prominence. The Tang family was just an ordinary family before, and his parents were still making money from clothing stores. No matter how you look at it, Tang Qing was just a chess piece, not the chess player. The logic just doesn't make sense. Then, everyone looked at Tang Qing, looking forward to his explanation. Hear the words. Alas, Tang Qing sighed softly. Sure enough, you won't believe it easily. Really, no one believes the truth these days. That's why. As he said that, Tang Qing narrowed his eyes. What's going on? My hands, my body is out of control. God. Except for Cecil and Mei Long, the other leaders of the consortium were horrified to find that their bodies were completely out of control. Reach out. Slowly. He took it from the hands of the men in black around him. No. Tang Qing. What on earth did you do? This. Horror. Helpless. Their minds were almost disturbed by this scene. Their bodies were out of control. How terrifying it was. Their eyes were full of panic. Suddenly, suck. When they saw the look in the opposite person's eyes, they remembered. Behind, my butler and personal bodyguards all looked like this just now. I thought they were all bribed by Cecil, but now I think about it. No, not being bribed. Rather, can't move. Hiss. Sky. It's so scary. No wonder there is no teasing or regret in their eyes after being bribed. But he was frightened, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, and now. They also feel the helplessness and fear. This moment, 3 views. Subverted again. World, is there such an incredible thing? At this time, their hands were raised uncontrollably, and they slowly turned towards the leader of the consortium sitting opposite. They wanted to use force, but they had no choice. The entire arm seemed to be fixed by steel, and every movement was uncontrollable. They were anxious. If this happened, they would have to play with it. At this moment, there was a bang. The vibration in their hands told them that their fingers had pulled the trigger. And it was at the same moment everyone was competing to form one voice. It seems that only one grab was fired. Bang! Wow! Holes were punched out in the surrounding walls and decorations. This grab, it did not hit the person on the opposite side, but passed by the ear. Everyone could see the weapon in their hands hitting the opposite person. Make it clear, this is a real steal. It's not a lie. Then, before they could recover, their hands slowly moved a little further, and everyone broke out in a cold sweat because they were all aimed at the center of their eyebrows. Just one click. They have to kneel down and go to see God together, and maybe even get together at a table. No, it must not be just a dog leash. Please stop. We have things to discuss. Killing people won't solve the problem. That's right. We are willing to talk. Some started to panic and were about to give in when they spoke. But the next moment, bang, when their fingers were forced to pull the trigger, everyone felt a sense of despair because there was no way to save themselves, and they were all dead. Despair, regret. If they had it to do over again, they might consider it. But now, it's too late. At the same time, I was horrified. Such a method of controlling people was simply terrifying. If this was some kind of technology, it wouldn't be scary, but if it was some kind of supernatural ability, this world, they have to get to know each other again, and their previous understanding has completely collapsed. How could I still think about it after so long before my death? I'm not dead yet. Great. The leaders of the consortium were horrified to find that the metal bullet stopped between their eyebrows, and it still carried heat, which was transmitted to the brain. At the same time, look to the other side. This is impossible. Bullet stopped. The bullet fired at the opponent also stopped at the center of his eyebrows, as if the scene was frozen. The bullet did not penetrate the skin. Quiet. The whole room fell into an eerie silence. Kitty was completely stunned. Shocking. Perhaps only by seeing it with one's own eyes can she understand the shock she felt now. She had a panoramic view of the scene just now, and the consortium suddenly raised their guns and fired at each other. This is weird. What's even weirder is that in the second grab, a fatal situation, the bullet stopped in the air. It was as if the world had stopped, and her breathing was stagnant. She was afraid that if she took a breath, the world would recover, and all the people in front of her would go see God. But look at Tang Qing drinking tea. Apparently, the world does not stand still. Everything. It's all true. The leader of the Meilong consortium only had disbelief in his eyes. At this moment, he somewhat believed in Tang Qing's identity as the chess player. This technology, or ability, even if Tang Qing is not a chess player, he can definitely control the game. Unthinkable. If this could be achieved by human abilities, it would be amazing. For such a being, if he wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't even have to do it himself. Everyone commits suicide, and, if possible, long distance. Then, this world and this person will become the master. Suddenly, there was a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes. Surrender to such an existence. It's not too hard to accept. Until now, being frightened like this, the people at the helm of the consortium had completely lost their fighting spirit. Previously, there is still a little hope, but now, no thought of resistance can arise, because the other party can let them kill each other at any time, or commit suicide. Anyway, if you wish, it can be faked to look like a chaotic scene. Even if they die, there is no way to say it was done by someone else. Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes or experiencing it with their own eyes? There is such a thing in the world. Ding dong. Gurgling. The bullets between everyone's eyebrows fell to the table, rolling, and some even rolled to the ground. And the weapon in hand. Click, click, ding-ling, shin-lang. 1 second. It was dismantled into the most basic parts and scattered on the table, which was even more exaggerated than in the movie. You guys go out first, and I'll talk to them. Tang Qing smiled. Yes. Cecil nodded. They left with the people in black, and the imprisoned housekeepers and bodyguards also found that their feet were not obeying their orders and walked out of the door. Also, Kitty followed him out. Bang! Close the door. Only the helmsmen of each consortium were left inside. At this moment, they had regained their mobility, but the huge fear made their bodies tremble slightly. His eyes avoided Tang Qing's gaze. A minute ago, they dared to look directly at this man, but now, it was as if they were seeing a devil. They finally understood why Tang Qing dared to say that he was a chess player. Because people have this ability. Weird. Powerful. Looking at them, Tang Qing smiled lightly. Bull. Snapped his fingers. Huh. What? They felt their vision change, and suddenly, they appeared in a deserted land. There was sand and gravel all around, and the whole sky was gray. Besides, is that the sunset on the horizon? So strange. I saw you were quite cold just now. Come here to warm yourself up, Tang Qing said with a faint smile. Where is this? Old Morgan seemed to have thought of something and said in a trembling voice. Recognize it? Tang Qing glanced at him and smiled. It seems that some of you are still young. Congratulations to you, the first batch of outsiders to come here. At this moment, everyone else looked at the two men's riddle. Look left. Look right. There was just a little too much yellow sand, and the sky was gray. I pinched myself. Although I was shocked as to why I was here, I still didn't know what I was talking about. See this? Old Morgan smiled bitterly and uttered a word. Mas? Instantly, the others were all petrified. Mas? Did they hear it right? It turned out to be here. Alien planet. This is impossible. To suddenly appear somewhere else is already terrifying. Alien? The limit of their thinking is beyond their ability to even think about it. No. In cognition, this should not be possible. Don't believe it. Tang Qing also wanted to have some fun, but he had no choice. Only he knew about the alien planet. Playing alone was quite boring. Just right. Shock these people. As for why there is air for them to breathe, it is very simple. He with the 9th level authority is enough to bring the air from the room just now. It takes very little effort. Tang Qing finished speaking. Except for old Morgan, everyone felt pushed out a few meters by force. In an instant, an uncomfortable and explosive feeling came over me, and my whole body felt bad. Asphyxia, blood flow, heart. The atmospheric pressure, far incomparable to that of the earth, made their bodies feel like they were expanding. Save lives. In less than 10 seconds, they were pulled back and returned to normal pressure. Their bodies felt like they were underwater again, as if they were being squeezed by water pressure. But this is indeed something they can adapt to. It took a while for my body to adjust, and it was no longer so uncomfortable, but when I think about it, I still shudder. Now, they believed it. It was not the earth outside. Anyway, okay, I've had enough fun and seen enough. Let's talk about business. Generally speaking, it's still the conditions Cecil mentioned before. You will become my subordinates unconditionally. Believe it. You should also know that my ability can make all of you. At this time, boom, a huge mountain towering on the right suddenly exploded. Countless rubbles fell down, and the whole ground trembled. Like that mountain, it was buried. I'll give you time to think about it. 1 minute. If you don't want to, you can stand up within this time, and if you don't take a stand after 1 minute, I will treat it as your acquiescence. Tick-tock. An alarm clock appeared on the table, and the ticking sound struck their hearts. Now, they were almost frightened out of their wits. If you don't agree, what are you going to do outside? Old Morgan looked at Tang Qing with a wry smile. In this game, he found that he really couldn't resist. Tang Qing said, simple. Let someone who is willing to obey take over the consortium. After all, there are some children in your respective families who are worth cultivating. The price is right. Everything. It's not a problem. The reason why I keep you is not that I can't find a right person, but because I find it troublesome. But this does not mean that I am afraid of trouble. Otherwise, I won't play with you for so long. It was only in the past 2 years that the increase in authority allowed Tang Qing to be so arrogant. In the past, he was really afraid of being exposed. However, the other side doesn't know. One listen. The scene was bitter. Indeed, with Tang Qing's strength, the previous ones were just for fun at best. If Tang Qing was willing, the children of the major families would not be his opponents at all. Well, they lost this game unjustly. Excuse me, are you an alien? Old Rockefeller asked curiously. No. Tang Qing shook his head slightly. Registration, Earth, China, Qingyan City. As for the incomprehensible things you see, just accept it. Just know, from now on, you have a common allegiance. Behave well. You can continue to control the consortium. I don't care about your wealth yet. Enjoy your life. I can give you 100, 200, or even longer life. Now, 10 seconds left. Is there anyone who doesn't agree? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other with wry smiles. Everyone was a swordsman, and I was a fish. Do they have a choice? No. No room at all. Take a deep breath. Okay, I agree. Old Morgan spoke before the end of the minute. Others. Silence. Choose this way to say yes. 5 minutes later. Castle. Room. After only 10 minutes of returning to a familiar place, the people at the helm of the consortium felt as if they were in another world, and what happened just now seemed like a dream. But he knew that this was not a dream. It was real. In front of you, Tang Qing, a humble Chinese, the second richest man in the world, a businessman that they don't think much of, and a super academic who just finished graduate school. On the surface, it has developed so far by luck. But he already controls a huge amount of power. Castle. Room. Tang Qing was the only one sitting there. The heads of the various large financial groups all had serious expressions on their faces, standing on both sides of the oval table, bowing slightly. Show respect. As a subordinate, you must have the awareness of your subordinates. If you still can't figure out your position, no one will sympathize with you if you are punished. Most of them rise from the ordinary. Step by step, ability to bend, can stretch. What's more, Tang Qing's conditions are indeed generous. Without their property, as long as he obeys his orders, he can live longer than ordinary people. This is the key point. Alive. For those of them who are half-buried, the attraction is great. Sit down. Yes. Tang Qing ordered, and they hurriedly sat down. Compared with leaning back on the chairs before, they now sat upright and placed their hands in a regular manner. Respect. Fear. Two emotions mixed in the heart, especially the latter. No way. A being who can make them commit suicide at any time, and also allow them to go swimming on Mars. A being who can snap the entire mountain to pieces and explode into rubbish. It's hard not to be afraid. This is almost a god's power. If they hadn't all seen strong winds and waves, they would probably have surrendered their knees by now. After everyone sat down, Tang Qing said, believe it. 10 years from now, or even hundreds of years from now, you will all be glad for the choice you made today. Okay, without further ado, I will assign the first task, the Asian dollar. I need it to become the world's #1 settlement currency. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were shocked, confused. Tang Qing's control of them is almost equivalent to control of the US dollar. In other words, the US dollar is already one of the currencies controlled by Tang Qing. So, why are you still supporting the Asian dollar? This is illogical. To this, Tang Qing didn't explain much. You don't need to know the reason. You just need to execute the order. Don't worry, I have no intention of abolishing the US dollar. What the Asian dollar wants is just the trade share. And as long as it exceeds the US dollar, it doesn't matter. 1% or even 0.5% doesn't matter. In short, I want to see the result. You don't need too obvious help. You can make the Asian dollar rise through normal competition means. I will let people draw up the specific plan. You just need to execute it. Execute it perfectly. Is there any problem? The words fell. Everyone shook their heads and said, no problem. This was the first mission issued by Tang Qing. Question? Lost your mind. How dare? The only thing to follow is that if Tang Qing is displeased, no one will be able to take advantage of it. Anyway, the US dollar is just a tool, and so many consortiums are working together. Completing this task is not difficult. The reason? Don't ask. Even if you ask, you have to implement it. So why ask? The European Consortium, Old Morgan said hesitantly. These words really meant to drag those consortiums into trouble. He couldn't be his grandson. One listen. Tang Qing smiled. Over there, I'll take care of it this afternoon. Are you interested in going and taking a look together? Is that okay? Everyone's eyes lit up. Of course, with you here, the solution may be simpler. The Asian dollar cannot just take the US dollar share. They also have to make some concessions. Tang Qing said. Previously, although the Asian dollar surpassed the euro, it did not take up much of the euro's share. New currencies emerged, replacing the euro and the payment market. Therefore, you can't just catch a fat sheep with dollars. You have to gather a few more. If possible, I would like to go. And me too. They were all very interested and all had the same idea. I couldn't just be my grandson. Those guys in Europe also had to kneel down with me. Not a single one was left behind. That's how comfortable it is. We are not harming others, but giving them a chance. Let's enjoy the glory and wealth for a longer time together. But Tang Qing was scared to death just now. You also have to let them experience it. Noon, on the top floor of the castle, everyone sat around a table. This meal was the most careful they had eaten in the past 20 or 30 years, because the big boss Tang Qing was here. They dare not be casual. Tang Qing didn't speak, and they didn't even dare to speak. Old Morgan, you should close down your 3 biological laboratories in San Francisco, Mexico, and the Netherlands. These useless technologies are a waste. Yes. Old Morgan smiled bitterly in his heart. Those several laboratories have been doing research and development on life extension technology, and one of them is in the direction of manufacturing enhanced humans, but there has been little progress. Unexpectedly, Tang Qing actually understood. Rockefeller, your laboratories should also change their research directions. Yes. DuPont, there is no need to carry out the super soldier program of the U.S. Department of National Liberation. Those rubbish are just harmful to people. Yes. Throughout the chat, they were frightened because many things were top secret in their respective places, but in Tang Qing's mouth. Just open your mouth and come out. As if they had no secrets at all. But think about it. That's right. If you want to understand such a being, you should have other means. Old Morgan suddenly mentioned that he wanted a hand over the Kovero they had. Kovero. Tang Qing took a bite of steak, looked up at Old Morgan, smiled, and said, Kovero. He changed his owner 3 years ago. Guess. Who is it? It was like thunder, making the helmsmen of the consortium open their mouths. 3 years ago. Just changed the owner? Apparently. If your guess is correct, sit in front of them. Old Morgan's face had been shocked many times today, but he was still shocked. Depend on 3 years. It's been 3 fucking years since Kovelo changed hands. It's too bad that they have no news at all, as expected of their new boss. Awesome. Under their noses, Gene Kovelo changed hands. Suddenly, one word came to mind. Black prison. Old Morgan said tremblingly. A few years ago, Black Prison and Kovero had a conflict, but in the end, Kovero did not gain the upper hand in Africa. Now, Africa, the energy controlled by the Black Prison is very powerful. Their intelligence shows that a large number of important officials in Africa have more or less connections with the Black Prison. Aharbone, I have also made a plan to conquer him, but I am still in the investigation stage. Because it is hidden too deep, I still don't know who is behind the Black Prison and who is in control. Then, Old Morgan heard the answer he expected. Black Prison? I built it, Tang Qing said calmly. Suddenly, the table fell into silence again, and their hands holding knives and forks trembled. The Black Prison was built by Tang Qing, and Kovelo was also controlled by Tang Qing. So, the global underground forces are basically its minions. God, how many shocking secrets are there in this world? This meal, everyone ate with fear. At last, they were really exposed to the news one after another, and their heads were buzzing with shock. Because they wanted to cooperate, Tang Qing briefly informed some of his subordinates. Then, the leaders of the consortium once again began to doubt their lives. Scared. Kovero. Dark Prison. FBI. CIA. Homeland Security. Parliament. Military. What's more, their power in the United States alone is no worse than what they have been doing for hundreds of years. In some aspects, it is even worse. But so far, none of them noticed. Have no choice. Want to cry. But I found that I wanted to cry but had no tears. Such a being has such ability. Think about it and quickly accept it. In the past, major consortiums competed and cooperated. From now on, it is competition and cooperation. Both, but it's completely different. With Tang Qing, the biggest boss behind the scenes, they're on the same boat. As long as they plan properly, the whole world will be affected. It's all theirs. No, it's Tang Qing's, that's the boss. After meal, drink tea for a while. Let's go, arrangements have been made over there. Tang Qing stood up. Moment. The scene in front of everyone's eyes changed and disappeared. The next moment their vision returned. They saw a familiar building in the distance and took a deep breath. Suppress the overwhelming shock. Even Mars. People can go wherever they want, let alone go to Europe all at once. Tang Qing said that he would go to Europe in the afternoon, but he kept drinking tea and eating. They had expected it. Immediately, he followed Tang Qing step by step and walked towards the manor. There, a group of people were already in a commotion. Didn't you invite us here? What's going on? Are you kidding me? A gray-haired head of a European consortium asked. I didn't. Your butler made the call. I heard your voice. I'm not deaf yet. Faced with doubts, the old man of the Rothschild family found that no explanation was of any use. He insisted that he came here only after accepting an invitation. But he didn't send an invitation at all. And no phone calls were made. Everything. They all revealed something strange, and the housekeeper next to him refused to admit it and was asking someone to investigate. In this regard, the old man was a little panicked because so many people came. Either it's a prank, either there's a big conspiracy. If it's the former, it's okay to find it out and let them understand what the price is. But if it's the latter, it's okay. That would be a big deal. Anyone who can do this game definitely has big plans. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Suddenly, Julian saw a group of people walking in the distance and was shocked because they were so familiar. They were the helmsmen of major conglomerates in the United States, and he had known them for decades. Can't go wrong. So, here comes the problem. First, what are these people here for? Second, security of your own home. Are they all dead? How could someone come in without even reporting? And a deep sense of insecurity arose in my heart. Besides, who was that young man in front? It seemed a bit familiar, but he was not yet suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and he recognized it in an instant. Tang Qing, the richest man in China. At this time, seeing the old man looking fixedly at one place, the others also turned their heads. Stay for a while. Old Morgan, why are you here? I didn't hear that, but you were coming. That's right. Is there something big going on? They were also confused. What are they doing? The end of the world? What kind of survival plan do you want to discuss? Some people think so, but more people felt their hearts sinking. Look, today will be an extraordinary day. Especially the appearance of Tang Qing made their hearts skip a beat. This person had sneaked into their European and American consortium. What's going on? Could it be? Is Tang Qing related to the American consortium? Faced with these questions, old Morgan and the others did not answer. Tang Qing was present, but he did not speak. He had no right to speak. He just came in all the way, unobstructed. Security? Have. But when they saw Tang Qing, they seemed not to see him. They lowered their heads slightly to show respect. They understood that these people had also surrendered to Tang Qing. God, worldwide, how many people from Tang Qing are there? The move was so big, and the confidentiality work was actually done to such an extent. In fact, this manor has not replaced all the security, only about 1/10, not much, but enough for Tang Qing to swagger through the door. After asking so many questions, old Morgan and the others didn't answer. Now, they also felt a strong, strange atmosphere. What's wrong with you? What they responded to was a group of strange smiles. The slightest helplessness, the slightest awe, and a hint of amusement in their eyes. Next, there were no surprises in the whole process, similar words and similar tricks. After experiencing the incredible world, they all became honest. Silly. Use your mind to digest everything that just happened. Horrible. Fear. Scary. They may never forget in their lifetime that they were dropped directly outside the Kuiper Belt, on a huge spacecraft, dozens of astronomical units from the Earth. God, are you dead? Otherwise, how could such an existence appear in the real world? In comparison, he was a max-level hunter, and he was just a rookie who had not yet left the novice village. Oh my God, I was almost scared to death. Now, even the American consortium that had previously surrendered was shocked. It appeared on Mars. It was relatively close, but it appeared outside the Kuiper Belt. Fly further outward, directly away from the core star region of the solar system. Crazy. The world is really going crazy. People outside will never think that Tang Qing already has technology similar to teleportation and a spaceship. Comparing oneself with the other party, they are not on the same level at all. Similarly, the first task I give you is to make the Asian dollar the world's #1 trade settlement currency. All parties can contribute a small share to complete it. From now on the surface, I don't need to give my company too much care. Just be normal. I don't need your money. No one has an opinion, and they don't dare to have an opinion. Tang Qing is the boss now, and he will do whatever he says, even if the United States goes to attack Germany tomorrow. They can only wave flags and cheer. Tang Qing, it is their irreversible existence. They did have the idea of taking care of Tang Qing's enterprises, but gave up as soon as they heard this. That's right. It's impossible for a person like Tang Qing to care about money. In other words, even if they collect $1 trillion and send it to them, they will have no problem with it. What's more, people don't need to print Asian dollars. They only need to type on the keyboard, and 1 trillion will come out in just a few seconds. It's really fast. China, Shanghai Stock Exchange. After sending the consortium leaders back to the castle in the United States, Tang Qing came back, sitting in the office and looking at the rising sun outside the window. Enjoy quietly. To date, although the Asian dollar has not yet surpassed the US dollar. But the countdown has also entered. As long as those consortiums cooperate, surpassing is only a matter of time. According to the plan, it will be this time next year. Not too fast, otherwise the acting won't be the same. The story is not far from coming to an end. The new book has been released. It also uses money to conquer the world. Please collect it and vote for it. Thank you. It's July, midsummer. The senior graduates of Yintang are returning one after another. A 1-month trip was a blast. In addition to all-inclusive accommodation and meals, everyone also had spending money. Not much, 3,000 yuan. But it was enough to give them a little luxury, because the money was directly transferred to their accounts, and they could spend it as they pleased. They loved Tang Qing, who was so generous. As a student of Yintang, I feel proud and lucky. Same. 1 month of traveling has made many people sour. After graduation, they're still busy looking for jobs. Those who have found a good job are thinking about how to spend their internship period. But what about others? Travel around the world. Many college students suddenly feel that their summer vacation life is no longer pleasant. How can traveling be as enjoyable as going home to play? Young, vigorous. It's time to be active. Well, no matter how much envy you have, it can only turn into a long sigh. It can't be compared, and I can't blame anyone. I can only say this is fate. Just admit it. July 8th morning. The 3 daughters of Qin Shiqi came to Shanghai, and they only came now because of Qin Shiyu and Tang Yin'er's exams, and secondly because Qin Shiqi worked hard to study management at Tianyin. Initially, she was told she would be managing a company. Excited. However, the time is approaching, but I'm a little nervous for fear that I will not do well and mess up. Although Tang Qing wouldn't necessarily blame her, she couldn't mess with it. She is also someone who has requirements for herself. Then, for the past month, I have followed Do Jiao every day. Brother, how about we give him a beating? I've been beaten by you so many times. Qin Shiqi suggested. Not good, but she's a girl. Huh. Half an hour later, 3 more miserable girls appeared. When my aunt came over, she felt distressed, but she knew nothing would happen. Girls, it's good to use more self-defense skills to protect yourself. Look, 3 of them can't defeat one. What to do if you encounter a big danger? The next day, early morning, Tang Qing took the 3 girls to an office building in the new district on the 36th floor. Needless to say, the location was surrounded by well-known companies. Drop. Face recognition. Come in. Qin Shichi only saw some security guards, but no other people, not even a front desk. Where's the front desk of the company? No. Huh. Except for the security personnel, there is no employee here yet, and the company has not even been registered. You need to set it up step by step. Are you confident? Tang Qing looked at her with a smile. Yes. Qin Shichi was stunned for a moment, and then became overjoyed. The company hasn't even been registered yet. She likes this kind of thing very much. It feels like playing a construction game. For a time, I was full of energy. Take the elevator. Top floor. Brother, won't the whole building be given to us? Qin Shichi asked in surprise. What do you think? Great. She almost jumped with excitement. The huge office can be called luxurious. It can be seen that Tang Qing did not let her start the hell difficulty. At least this building does not require rent. Because belongs to Tang Qing. What does this company do? I don't know yet, so it's time to tell me. Qin Shichi asked, but Tang Qing never said anything before. Yeah. Tang Qing's my spend money. It's a lot of money. I currently have 3 projects planned. First, fitness centers. Build fitness centers in all cities above county-level cities across the country. Step 1. One in each city, with an area of 10,000 square meters or more. This, Qin Shichi's eyes widened. This costs a lot of money. One such one, at least several million or even tens of millions, covering all county-level cities and above. Oh my gosh, without a few billion, it would be impossible to play. And this was still the first step. What's the second step? She couldn't help but ask. The second step? Of course it's reopening. The fitness center uses an annual pass, which costs 100 yuan a year. You can use the equipment as much as you like, and there are coaches who provide free guidance. In short, just do it as a public welfare, Tang Qing said. Oh, what else could Qin Shichi say? It's just spending money. It's not letting her make money. This shouldn't be difficult. What is the second project? Insurance. Tang Qing said. The 3 women had question marks on their faces. It's still related to the fitness center. Applying for an annual card is equivalent to having insurance. After 1 year, if it can maintain or improve, you'll get a refund of 200 yuan. That's right. It's a bit like a word, fat insurance. But this is body insurance. The age limit is from 25 to 35, which means that a person can receive it for up to 10 consecutive years. Tang Qing hopes that people will take action. Young. It doesn't matter if you are a little fatter, you are older. For the time being, I'm afraid that I won't have to worry about it for this little money. 25 to 35. Just the age at which people gain the most weight. Work. Life. It's all pressure. Therefore, 10 years. It's not to give them money, but to let some people develop certain habits at this stage. Of course, the so-called is Buddha saves the destined person. Don't care about the money. Can't stand it. So, there's nothing to force. How much will the allowance be this year? Qin Shichi smiled bitterly. I don't know, maybe several billions. Tang Qing spread his hands. 200 a year may not be appreciated by many people. It is mainly to encourage sports. Oh, Qin Shichi nodded. At the same time, looking at Tang Qing's eyes, there are more little stars. This behavior that is not purely for making money seems to have the aura of saving all sentient beings. And she will manage this company that is going to do great things. What about the third project? She asked again. App, a free knowledge sharing platform. Tang Qing said, this platform does not provide secondary education and training, but still leaves food for people. After that, Tang Qing introduced the contents of the 3 projects in detail. This is the company's preliminary work. It is estimated that it will not take more than a year or 2, and there will be no results. But Qin Shichi is very confident. It's not about making money. What she needs to do is not to waste money. Fortunately, with the help of the clairvoyance, she is not afraid of being cheated. It stands to reason. Register. Recruitment. Operations. The Sky Eye can be completed quickly, but Tang Qing didn't do it. What's the point of rushing? Let Qin Shichi adjust it bit by bit, which is also a small exercise. Let's see what she can do. Same day, the three daughters of Qin Shiqi took office. A general manager and two assistants took the documents and went to register. The industrial and commercial authorities were immediately shocked. 10 billion registered capital, or cash. When I saw the three cute little girls, I almost called the police, but I still held back. Seeing the tens of billions of funds in the account, I could only guess that the background was deep. Needless to say, it was done quickly. Then, after checking the owner of the company registration building, Qingyuan Technology, it turns out that it is really well established. It is the largest company in Shanghai and the largest taxpayer. Really, can't afford it. Evening. Qinyu came to the villa as soon as he got off work. Dad, I'm the general manager now, and I have many people under me. 10 billion registered capital. Qin Shiqi chattered and danced, introducing her spending business. Qin Yugong knew that Tang Qing wanted to start a charity enterprise. Unexpectedly, it would be so big. 10 billion. It was left to a girl who had just graduated from college to take care of it. Although Qin Shiqi had been an intern at Tianyin for 4 years, in Qin Yugong's eyes, she was still a little girl. Tang, with so much money, it's better to find someone with experience. It's okay. Experience is not accumulated bit by bit. Shiqi will have many subordinates in the future, and there will be Tianyin to help. 10 billion is just the beginning. Tang Qing didn't care. 10 billion? What does it mean to him now? Listen to this. Qin Yugong didn't say anything more, but just told Qin Shiqi to be careful and not to be cheated. It's not difficult to spend money, but it must be spent clearly. Don't worry, I won't spend money recklessly. Let's go study the company's business. The three women gathered in a group and went to study the project. Thousands of threads. Very troublesome. The first project was just to buy land, build a fitness center, decorate, and recruit. It's just a bunch of things that can't be sorted out within half a year. If this one is not completed, the second project will not be completed either. As for the third one, it is not simple either. Development, test, operations. If it was faster, it would be online before the year. Qin Shiqi was almost dazzled when she saw the work content on the schedule, feeling that the money was not easy to spend. The next day, the three girls are even busier. Recruitment. Interview. A building with more than 30 floors now only has a few security guards. It is not easy to fill it up. Fortunately, the early goals are not overcrowded. 3 projects, 1 layer each. The rest. Take your time. In the future, according to Tang Qing's intention, there will definitely be more than these 3 projects. If the number continues to increase, there may be more than 10 or even 20 or 30. Anyway, it will fill up. As the largest headhunter in China, Tianyin has a lot of talents in curry and recommends the best ones, which saves the company the cost of trial and error. July. Europe. The delisting of the euro was carried out very quickly, and the national currencies of various countries began to circulate again. The economy is picking up, and everyone's lives have become stable again. Secretly, some quiet changes are taking place. For example, many companies under the consortium began to accept Asian dollar trade. Many Myanmar Asian companies have found that the Asian dollars in their hands seem to be better spent. Whether it is commodity trading or financial investment, Asian dollar, much smoother than before. What's so strange about this? The second currency should have been treated like this. Didn't the euro grow so fast back then? That's right. There's nothing wrong with it. The Asian dollar is indeed qualified. In the end, they can only blame it on the title of second currency. A world-class currency is not gaining new rights, but getting the treatment it deserves. Also, since the beginning of the year, the Asian dollar exchange rate has risen again by about 3 percentage points. This may also be the factor that has strengthened the currency confidence in the Asian dollar. Definitely. On July 21st, the Central Bank of Myanmar announced that it would release funds again, with a scale of 1.5 trillion Asian dollars, which attracted a large number of experts to jump out and criticize. But the next day, a piece of news that shocked the world. From now on, The Asian dollars held by the authorities of various countries can be exchanged for gold in accordance with the ratio set by the Central Bank of Myanmar, but only 1 ton can be exchanged. Instantly, ignited public opinion. Is this fake news? Yes. Even the United States would not dare to do this. It abolished the gold standard back then because it could not afford it. Why did the Bank of Myanmar think it could bear it? Hype. It will definitely not last long. Countless people were shocked. You must know that nearly 40 years have passed since the gold standard. The United States abolished the gold standard because it could not bear it. Now, Burma came out and returned to the gold standard. Oh my gosh. Crazy? The Asian dollar is digging its own grave. How much gold is needed to support this policy? Even if it has more than 4,000 tons of gold reserves, it will not work. Fat move. The Asian dollar is going to be in trouble. Once it is withdrawn, it will break its promise. Otherwise, it simply cannot be sustained. They are very doubtful whether the Central Bank of Myanmar can play the game successfully. Then, the next day, the Central Bank of Myanmar issued another document. For the exchange of Asian dollars, the Central Bank of Myanmar has prepared 2,000 tons of gold in addition to the central bank's reserves for exchange. From now on, gold bonds will no longer be sold. All gold mines mined in Myanmar, except for commercial use, will continue to accumulate into this exchange pool. Now, public opinion exploded again. I must have not woken up. Where did the 2,000 tons of gold come from? If we include the central bank's reserves, I am afraid we don't have nearly 7,000 tons of gold. God, incredible! I strongly demand that Myanmar announce the location and reserves of the gold mine. The gold mine on the sea cannot allow Myanmar to secretly store 2,000 tons. That's right. Announce it. Announce it. Are you stupid? Why should they announce it? They were shocked that in addition to the more than 4,000 tons of gold held by the Central Bank of Myanmar, there were also 2,000 tons of gold for exchange. Damn, they were so excited. 2,000 tons. It's gold. It's not Chinese cabbage. This is gold worth hundreds of billions of dollars. How much more is hidden in Myanmar? It has simply become a world mystery. Will the international gold price plummet if you sell like this? Those who play gold futures, run away. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Gold transactions between countries have never happened before. Have you seen the international gold price plummet? Are you crazy? That's right. Don't show off your lower IQ limit if you don't understand. This is a corporate gold transaction, just like the previous bonds. If it flows into the reserves of central banks of various countries, it will not enter the private sector. At present, the price of gold is mainly determined by several gold futures markets around the world. There used to be 2, New York and London, but later one was added, Myanmar. Now, apparently, Myanmar is competing for pricing power in the international gold market. It's going to be lively. Will the United States and the United Kingdom just sit back and ignore it? They must teach Myanmar a lesson. Sit and watch. It is estimated that Myanmar's gold will be sold out soon. Think about it. The man will soon be taught how to behave. But what will happen if Yayuan survives? Someone asked. A long time. They all gave almost the same answer in their hearts. Yayuan will have a new name, Golden Yayuan. The premise is not to die young. India. There was a lot of shouting. Silly, there is so much gold. Isn't it good to keep it? You want to challenge the international gold pricing power, and even want to return to the previous gold standard era. Dream. Myanmar, we are in trouble. It would be great if this gold belonged to us. 2,000 tons of gold once again made them carry a sack of lemons home. Their teeth were almost sore, looking forward to being beaten by reality. By then, it can also add insult to injury. Snort. Those who dare to blatantly challenge the monetary hegemony and gold pricing of Europe and the United States simply don't want to live anymore. One by one, they move the small benches and prepare to eat huigua. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. Time. Entering August, the Indian side was stunned. The small bench was moved and the buttocks hurt from sitting. Why hasn't it started yet? Yes, they must be holding back a big move. Keep waiting. There are many people watching the play at the same time. However, some countries have taken action, taking Asian dollars to the Central Bank of Myanmar and requesting exchange. Naturally, the Central Bank of Myanmar will not refuse anyone who comes, as long as they have money. 5 tons, 10 tons, 100 tons. A large number of successful transactions shocked the world. By the beginning of August alone, in just half a month, Myanmar had exchanged 1,300 tons of gold. There's still 700 tons in stock. See this? Countries have stabilized and stopped exchanging money. People do what they say, but you go crazy and run on it. This is an unfriendly behavior. Say it again. Countries also need Asian dollar reserves for commodity trade, and not many of them can be manipulated by central banks at will. It's just that they're a little worried about Europe and the United States causing trouble. 700 tons. It is very likely that they will run out of money. Therefore, I have been paying attention to relevant trends and thought it was the calm before the storm. However, this storm seems lost. P.S. Mouse's new book, My Money Bank Connects to Another World, has been uploaded. It is also a story about conquering the world with money. The contract is on the way. Investment is welcome. Europe and America. Regarding the ardent expectations of countless people, hoping that they would blow up the Bank of Myanmar, major financial groups just rolled their eyes and pretended not to hear it. Boomer? Cut. Ignorance. Strictly speaking, they are now in the same camp as Asia Yuan. Before joining, they would definitely find a way to suppress the Asian dollar. For example, empty the exchange reserves. Then, because the Asian dollar had no reserves, it announced that it would stop converting, which was a slap in the face. And now, we can only pretend not to see it and prevent our respective capitals and countries from the same camp from running on it. Otherwise, the 2,000 tons would have been redeemed long ago. Then, India. My boat was almost boiling with prickly heat, and I didn't wait for the good show to begin. This is unscientific. Weird. Where's the promised blaster? Just show me this? The Asian dollar is beating the euro. With such a big hatred, it stands to reason that the Eurozone countries will not let it go. What a cheater. Can you tolerate this? You're a turtle, right? I feel so angry. I've almost finished cracking the melon seeds, and the show hasn't even started yet. So how can I still have fun? After getting angry, I can only comfort myself and wait. Perhaps. Still brewing a big move. It must be. At this time, international public opinion suddenly changed. The gold Asian dollar is not a complete gold standard because only the authorities of various countries are allowed to exchange it. Enterprises and individuals cannot redeem the Reserve Bank. Therefore, relatively speaking, the risk is not that big, and the requirements for the gold balance in the Reserve Bank are not that high, so that it can be maintained stably until now. In addition, the Asian dollar cooperates with a large number of countries around the world. It is not a one-man operation. These countries must also consider the scale when exchanging gold to avoid a run. At the same time, due to their own currency confidence, Europe and the United States rarely reserve Asian dollars. A large number of Asian dollars are in the hands of other countries, and their exchange funds are insufficient. To sum up, the golden Asian dollar is not as dangerous as everyone imagined. It is expected to gain a firm foothold and be implemented. A large number of experts came out to clear the ground. The role of scholars has never been to push the known into the unknown, but to use what they have learned to explain the phenomena that have occurred. Otherwise, questioning the impossibility of the current situation? Silly. It happened. No matter how impossible it is, you have to provide evidence. It is easier to force an explanation than to prove an impossible event that has happened. The risk is small. Countless melon-eating people took a look. Oh, so that's it. It seems. There is indeed plausibility. Only, these experts can deceive ordinary people, but the authorities in some countries are not so easy to deceive. They can see the deep-seated problems. In the past few years, the American consortium's attitude towards the Asian dollar is very unusual. It is not in line with its usual style. The Asian dollar and the euro are confronting each other, and the euro collapsed. Although it is not entirely the fault of the Asian dollar, there must be resentment, but no action was taken this time. Recent intelligence shows that for unknown reasons, They acquiesced to the expansion of the Asian dollar. Polar bear, the emperor felt as he listened to the report. What headache. So many illogical things have happened one after another since this year. The intelligent team predicts wrongly every time. All right, I can't blame them. I can only say that they are not capable enough. In short, our judgment is that there is some unknown reason here, which makes the major financial groups sit back and watch the situation, but we just don't know what it is. Yes. It's like he didn't say anything. Continue investigating. Yes. Island country. Several major financial groups are full of doubts. It's strange, the Asian dollar is more than the euro, and you still want us to support it? There must be a problem inside. TSK. I still know there's a problem, but what? Before, the American consortium asked them to support the Asian dollar trade settlement, which felt weird, but now the Asian dollar wants to play the gold standard but still sits idly by. It's even weirder. Moment. A guess put on the table. Asian dollar. They must have a very deep relationship with European and American consortiums to allow the Asian dollar to play like this. Not only did it develop, but it also used the euro to kill it. Now, he continued to toss, and no one cared. Right. There's a high probability that the Asian dollar is supported by European and American consortiums. I can't be completely sure, because there's another reason for such behavior. What? It does not want to defect to its neighbors. This point of view has been the basis of our inference. Now we cannot rule out this possibility. Okay, brain burning. I really don't know what those consortia are doing. They also asked, but they didn't pay attention at all. They felt very aggrieved, but there was nothing they could do. True, their financial resources are astonishing, but their fists are weak. Their aircraft carriers are all stationed within their own territory, so they cannot be tough at all. I can only be submissive. Beijing. Chai family. Chai-ren was chatting with his father about the situation in Myanmar. Now, the situation is very complicated and foggy. It cannot be ruled out that Zero's neutral attitude makes Europe and the United States worry about whether they will fall to us. But it cannot be ruled out that the two are related. If there's only the disintegration of the euro, it can be said to be a way of balance, but now the euro is gone. The Asian dollar is still allowed to move forward. This cannot be explained. There's probably an inside story. At this point in the conversation, Chiron rubbed his head. He was really worried about choosing one of the two. If it was the latter, China and Myanmar would almost be entangled with each other due to their close economic ties. They cannot be separated at all. Once Zero turns around and commits evil acts, it will be very troublesome, if it's the former. But Zero didn't show much of an attitude to hug China's legs to stimulate the European and American consortium. I can't figure out what Zero means at all, so where can I go? This game. It's so hazy that I can't see clearly. How about asking Tang Qing? How could he know? That's right. Now, the higher-ups still want to maintain the status quo. At the same time, we need to be hardworking. We develop our step-by-step. Yeah, everything still depends on ourselves. Also on August 15th, morning. Originally, there were only about 700 tons of gold in the gold warehouse, but it has increased to 1,000 tons. It is said that this quarter's mining volume has made up part of it. Take a look at each country. Got it. 3 months, 300 tons is still a part. If it continues like this, it will really be a long-term treasury, gold mines in various countries around the world. It's time to close the door. The mining volume is too low. Waste. Might as well earn Asian dollars and buy it. Ever since taking this opportunity, many countries have made more vigorous calls to encourage Asian dollar trade and Asian dollar investment in the country on the basis of holding Asian dollar reserves. See this. The market naturally reacted, and the Asian dollar's share increased steadily. Even a large number of companies in island countries in South Korea have chosen the Asian dollar as their preferred currency. The reason given is very simple. They also need to expand their national gold reserves. Because the Asian dollar has a discount against gold, the Asian dollar obtained from trade is cheaper than asking someone to exchange it. Late August, the United States once again released data on the global Asian dollar trade share, which increased by 3 percentage points from the last statistics of 19% to 22%. And the report's expectations for future growth are very optimistic. It is believed that the Asian dollar is backed by gold and will gain stronger currency confidence. Even, it is expected that in the future, the Asian dollar will reopen the era of global gold standard. India. See this. The storm has already begun to smash stools. Lost indeed. P.S. Mouse's new book, My Money Bank Connect to Another World, has been uploaded. Please collect it. Please vote. September. Back to school season. Qingyan City. The graduate school of Yintang University welcomed its first class of students. Although most of them were admitted to Yintang University, a considerable number of them were admitted to other schools. Tsinghua University. Peking University. Fudan. The competition is fierce, and it is really difficult to stand out without any skills. As soon as I entered the school, it makes people feel refreshing. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm so happy. The food in the cafeteria is almost useless. This is what we call a dormitory. Excited. For years. They have been shown off by Yintang University for 4 years. Among them, what they envy the most is the cafeteria and dormitories, where the food is comparable to that of a big hotel. A stay comparable to a hotel. Same. For students admitted to Yintang Research Institute, in addition to state subsidies, there are also school subsidies. If they perform well, the rewards are a little more than those for undergraduates. And helping tutors with projects also earns a low salary. Anyway, after reading the school's various rules, rewards, and punishments, they could only say, you've come to the right place. After working hard to take the postgraduate entrance examination, my hair became much grayer, and I finally got into it. Cool. In the next 3 months, India expected that the law storm would come back, but when it came, there was still no news, and the Asian dollar moved forward step by step. October. The proportion of Asian dollars increased from 22 to 24. November. The share of Asian dollars increased by another 2 percentage points. At last, by December, the Asian dollar's trade share reached a new high, reaching 27%. This scene made all countries stare in confusion. I don't know why. Weird. Although the experts say it's reasonable, I feel like something is wrong. Is it possible that the storm is still brewing? There's a saying that in order to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. I guess Europe and the United States want to sit back and watch the building collapse. It's possible. Can anyone stop it? Apparently. No. India. My heart feels cold. Even. Some of them went to their former master, Britain, to ask when they would take action, but the response was a sneer. Then, there's no more. Have no choice. But they still firmly believe that their neighbor's building will collapse. Not because they knew anything, but because they couldn't accept it if their neighbor's building didn't collapse. That's all. God, those European and American consortiums, stop holding back your ultimate move and release it. December 5th morning, CCTV. Tang Qing once again served as a guest for a dialogue. Mr. Tang, I heard that you have launched a fitness charity project that has been deployed nationwide. I wonder what your original intention is. This time, the topic of the dialogue was related to public welfare. Tang Qing, as a representative of private enterprises, there is no other way. In recent years, Tang Qing's enterprises have spent huge sums of money on social welfare projects every year. Back and forth. Let's say less than 100 billion. Not all of it was used to help the needy, but also donated oasis and water purifier. The first good thing, it inevitably fell on him. The original intention is still for public welfare. As an entrepreneur, you must shoulder social responsibilities. The money you make comes from the people, and part of it should be paid back. Therefore, from now on, I will give out 50% of the annual profits of all my companies, after deducting all expenses. It is considered a return to society. This fund should not be less than 50 billion yuan per year. Suddenly, the host was surprised. 500. It's still 100 million. It's 2012 now. Even 10 years later, it's still a huge number, 50 billion. Tang Qing is really willing to give it up. You are really worthy of admiration. The host sighed. Fiscal. People want what they want, but Tang Qing is willing to share it. What a good man. Nothing. Tang Qing smiled and waved. Whether it's me personally or our family, I can't spend all this money in 10 lifetimes. I don't lack anything, so I just want to give back to the society. As for leaving it to future generations, forget it. I should, but I won't be able to raise a descendant who needs to inherit assets to survive. The Tang family. I will always be dormant, only doing things, not being arrogant, and being the biggest boss behind the scenes in the world is the safest way, although I'm not afraid of anyone's resistance. But being stared all the time is not a good thing. Then, the Rothschild family also used the bitter flesh trick to gradually fade out of people's sight, just because they were afraid of being remembered by countless people. Not afraid, but annoying. Therefore, the same goes for the Tang family. One of the things people like most is to put people on the altar, and what they like even more is to pull them down with their own hands. It is a major feature of the future information age. Be noticed. It's been a long time. He is a troublemaker. In order to keep his ears clean, there will be very little news about him in the future. He will fade out of people's sight and live a happy life. Right and wrong. Others may trouble. Own. All you need to do is hide behind this world, keep extending your tentacles, and take root. Bright. Perishable. Only darkness. Eternal life. It almost means that the safest place is hidden behind the scenes, where no one pays attention. The next day, annual meeting of entrepreneurs. Tang Qing is still the focus, and his wealth has once again doubled their average assets. Apart from a bitter smile, there is still a bitter smile. The gap is too big. Fine. There is only one such monster. Otherwise, the mentality has to explode again. Night. Return to the villa. He and Chai Ren recalled the past. These people had helped him a lot in his early career, and Tang Qing was quite grateful to them. True, there are interests, but there's also a similarity in personality. None of them are playboys. They have their own careers, their own principles, and they are in tune with their work. Not to mention perfect, but a past. Oh, I feel like we're all old. Let's reminisce about the past when we come here. Yeah, I'm running for 4th grade. When we met, they were both in their 20s and 70s. Now, more than 7 years ago, Chai Ren and Zheng Lin are both in their mid-30s, but they are not too old. Food, drink, all are good. Now, eating food cultivated and prepared liquid for a long time has begun to show its health functions on a large scale, directly driving countless colleagues to death. To this, Tang Qing was not sympathetic at all. Hype. False. Inferior quality. There are good healthcare products in the market, but most of them are scammers. They spend a lot of money, but what they buy is just a comfort. Now, it's better, but the difficulty of defrauding those elderly people's money has increased several times because cancer is not a problem, and they eat food grown in a prepared liquid. It's really effective. I won't say it's immediate, but the change is real. Don't worry, it won't be a problem for you to live another 100 years. It's not possible. That's right. We are not bastards. Tang Qing rolled his eyes. Forget it if you don't believe it. Food grown in the prepared liquid can already improve human body functions and slow down aging if consumed for a long time. And cancer is treatable. Live to be over 100 years old. It's really not difficult. The hard part is pension. If everyone lives 150 and retires at 60, well, pensions are in crisis around the world. Is good. Is bad. Tang Qing is too lazy to think about it. Anyway, society will slowly integrate and digest these changes and produce a set of solution mechanisms. There is no need to worry about it now. Future. 70, 80, retired at 90. If people can really live beyond 150, they should not be so resistant. Yes. P.S. New book. Please collect it. Please vote. After attending the annual meeting. Withdraw. On the day of returning to Shanghai, dialogue was broadcast. Moment. Public opinion exploded. Awesome. Tang is so handsome. Awesome. 50 billion or every year. Such an entrepreneur should be supported. I have decided that if I buy the same type of products in the future, I will only buy Tang Qing's products. That's right. If you buy Tang Qing's products, the money can be repaid to yourself. Others, I can't say for sure. In short, I must support Tang Qing. Everyone thinks about Tang Qing. It's just a matter of praise. This is really a huge amount of money for charity, 50 billion a year. It's blinding. I wonder who else is there? For a while. Social responsibility, fitness, public welfare. Several labels once again triggered widespread social discussion. I like Tang Qing's point of view. As an entrepreneur, what you want to do is to cultivate a descendant who will not gnaw at the old, rather than just want to conquer the world. You can give it a good life, but you can't let it live on inheritance. That's right. I agree. Have a look. How high people's consciousness is. Domineering. End of January. As the Spring Festival approaches, Tang Qing returns to Qingyan City. Manor. Pavilion in the middle of the lake. Tang, what are your plans for the future of the Tang family? Tang Kai asked. In October, it was on the Hurun and Forbes lists. Tang Qing's assets both exceeded $1 trillion. Although it is second. So what? A net worth of more than $1 trillion is a strength in itself. There's no need to compare with that monster Yarvi. Down. The future. The Tang family's industry can continue to expand, but we will gradually fade from people's sight. It's not good to be noticed all the time. After listening, Tang Kai nodded. Yes, I agree with this. Standing in the spotlight, right and wrong will become the focus. The Tang family is too prosperous now, and they really need to keep a low profile. All strife, hidden in undercurrents. So, there's also a lot of room for maneuver. Don't underestimate the power of people's words. There are many people who like Tang Qing now, but there are not many people who don't like it. Today can be lifted up to heaven. Tomorrow, you may be called a dog by some people. In short, in the information age, what people watch is not the news, but the excitement, and they are not afraid of big things. Refer to the entertainment spirit of Europe and the United States in recent years. It can be seen. You are doing the right thing. The purpose of dispersing wealth is to better gather wealth, hide in the darkness, and peek into the light. This is what major financial groups around the world do. Use a lot of entertainment news or revelations to divert people's attention and reduce attention. Our Tang family has also reached this point, and we can learn from it. A few days later, Spring Festival. Happy New Year! Brother, red envelope. Tang, it's time to get married. As they chatted, everyone's topic turned to Tang Qing's marriage. Now Tang Qing has completed his master's degree and half a year of PhD. The elderly are also most concerned about this matter. Finish the PhD program in August next year. Tang Qing set a date. Okay, that's it. We have to prepare well. This time, everyone was relieved. No matter how rich Tang Qing was in their eyes, he was about to become a young man and should get married. Start the new year. Tang Qing returned to Shanghai. Work. Over the long years, if you don't find something to do and are idle every day, people will start to get tired of the world. The same goes for the rest of the Tang family, who have their own things to do. Just like Tang's father and Tang's mother. The jewelry store is still open. Every day, open a store. Make money. Close the door. Although it is repetitive, it can make people think less. At this time has entered February. In December last year, the Asian dollar accounted for 27%. Now, 2 months later, it is rising again. It reached 31%. Same. Experts forcibly wash the floor. India expects heavy rains. Europe and the United States sit firmly as a mountain. Countries are confused. The share of the US dollar, the world's currency hegemon, has dropped to about 37%. Not all of its share has been taken away by the Asian dollar and European currencies. Then, 6 percentage points makes countless people nervous. I always feel that the Asian dollar is playing with fire. If it goes any further, it will probably burn its body. A storm is coming. If it surpasses the US dollar and the United States still sits idly by, I will eat the stool. I eat the bowl. I eat the basin. The US dollar, the world's currency hegemon, an Asian dollar dares to challenge, and it allows the Asian dollar to rise. But it does not mean that it will allow the Asian dollar to surpass the US dollar. That way, it's chaos. Then, many people felt that the storm should come soon, Otherwise, the situation would be uncontrollable, but some people still came out and gave an optimistic attitude. Not necessarily. The Asian dollar only grabs the share of trade and does not fully open finance. This means that it does not challenge the position of the U.S. dollar as the financial center. So, the U.S. dollar is very likely to choose to ignore it. That's nonsense. Believe it or not, the results will tell everything. After hearing this, it seems that there is some truth to it. What the Asian dollar has invaded is only the international commodity trade payment market and only part of the real economy. The real power of the U.S. dollar is in the financial field. Therefore, the Asian dollar has grabbed this share. Even if it surpasses the United States, it cannot be regarded as becoming a currency hegemon, because no matter how you look at it, the United States is very strong. Military, economy, finance, science, and technology, leading in all aspects. Asian dollar. It may be possible to use the gold standard to gain a trade advantage, but it will not be able to challenge the dominance of a U.S. dollar. At best, the U.S. dollar will no longer be the sole hegemon. Finance, entity. The positioning of the two currencies seems to be somewhat different at this moment. March. Asian dollars move on. April. Nonstop. May. In the shocked eyes of countless people, the Asian dollar successfully counterattacked, surpassing the U.S. dollar and taking the first throne in terms of the proportion of international trade payments. It happened. It really happened. Magic. It's not scientific at all. The shock to the world at this moment is self-evident. Although it is only a transcendence of settlement in the real economic field, its opponent is the United States. Many people look to the United States. I want to ask, can you tolerate this? To this. The United States did not shrink back this time, but publicly announced that it would conduct an exercise in the Bay of Bengal at the end of June. Not another word was said. Phew. India. The people were overjoyed. Ha. The long-awaited storm finally came. They had been waiting for more than half a year, and finally waited. Sure enough, the show would be late, but it would not be absent. This news. The world is left with a huge space for imagination. Apparently, this is a threat. Only, I don't know how Mian Yao will take the move, but I'm giving in, or give in, because from every aspect, Myanmar is like a sheep. Can run, can jump, but nothing threatening. Suddenly, the eyes of the world are once again focused on Myanmar. Most of them are sympathy. Look, you are so excited that you are getting angry. This may be just the first step. Immediately afterwards, there may be a series of combination punches thrown at Mian Yao. Move the stool. Eat melon. Myanmar. Nay bidu. What should I do? Kenshin looked bitter. As everyone guessed, what he saw about this news was not the drill, but the attitude. Once the attitude changed, there was a series of reactions. Sanctions. Blockade. Threaten. The punches came up, and I really couldn't bear it. Immediately, when he ran to Ling's office, he saw Ling sitting on the chair calmly. In response to his worries, he directly replied, "Do whatever you need to do." Without further words. Have no choice. Kenshin had no choice but to leave. He had seen such a calm Ling many times, and his expression remained unchanged even when the sky fell. Facts have proved that Ling was right every time. But this time he was really worried. Alas, just let fate happen. The wait has finally come for today. Zero. Ear the pills. It's worth celebrating. At Lang Kai's house, his daughter and son-in-law sat in a circle, watching the news happily, expressing gloating. From their point of view, everything is worth mentioning now. They should all belong to their family. Zero. Just a stealer. Before, with Zero covering the sky, they can only pretend to be cats and live peacefully. But how can they, who once held power, be willing to be subordinate to others? No. As soon as I saw the news, I danced with joy, expecting Zero to step down. Father, you may come back now. After hearing this, Lang Kai ignored it all. Come back? That's nonsense. How many people still recognize Mian Yao now? Up and down, he has been replaced by Zero. Even if Zero steps down, he has no capital to come to power. In the line of succession, it would not be his turn. In fact, Lang Kai hoped that Ling could survive it. The current situation was a situation that he thought he might not be able to achieve even if he worked hard and spent hundreds of years. After all, he also hopes that this country will become better. This kind of news can be called very bad news. Same day, the Myanmar stock market fell slightly. Many retail investors were scared and ran away quickly. However, the major capital markets were strangely calm. If there is big data to look at, it can be seen. Foreign capital has barely moved. At the same time, Myanmar Asian companies are also protecting the market. As long as someone sells, they will be caught immediately. Many people are stunned again. What about the small avalanche that was promised? The result is just a shock. Day 1, small drop. The next day, small drop. The third day, big rise. The fourth day, the entire Burmese stock market has returned to calm and seems not to be affected at all. Countless clamoring experts were dumbfounded. Once again, they felt that the laws of economics did not work at all in the case of Mian Yao, and they were always unexpected. This melon, it's so hard to eat. Talk. Can you hurry up? Isn't it always very fast? Now in the middle of May, you only practiced at the end of June. What did you do in the middle of more than a month? June. Mid. The time is getting closer and closer. The outside atmosphere is very tense, and everyone is paying attention. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Finally wait. Tang Qing, who was reading the information, suddenly shook his body, and his face showed a touch of joy. The new system statistics cycle ended. Asian dollar. Go beyond dollars and unlock 10 levels of permissions. Moment. He disappeared into the office, and the next moment, before he could react, his whole soul began to tremble, and Tang Qing felt that he was getting stronger. Every second, every point, the soul is strong. In the past, if the soul was in the form of a mist, now it slowly turned into a thick mist and finally condensed in a substance, almost becoming a liquid, and it hasn't stopped yet. Liquid solid. Grow. Final. A brilliant crystal was condensed. Finally, Tang Qing didn't know how long it took, but his consciousness gradually recovered, and he felt his condition carefully. He could only say he is stronger than ever. At the same time, countless messages came through. Interesting. Tang Qing suddenly smiled. At this moment, after unlocking the 10th level of authority, he became the real master of this space and could control it perfectly. But it is still in the integration stage, which is a long process. Despite this, the abilities he possesses here are also very terrifying. He moved his finger in the air. Z. A crack was drawn across the entire space. Certainly, currently, it can only be used here, and the authority is projected to the outside world. At most, it only has the ability of the previous authority to extract matter. But as the integration deepens, one day, this kind of control authority can be completely projected to the outside world, which is equivalent to the ability to steal the sky. In the past, Tang Qing felt that the space of the entire system was very large. The training area is 3,000 square kilometers, and the area where the prison is located is 30,000 square kilometers. It's huge. Living with 18 million people is like playing. However, after understanding the 10th level authority and true abilities, he no longer thought so. With a thought, the next moment, he appeared on the surface of Mars. Here, this is the place where the European and American consortium last time watched the mountain explosion. Debris was everywhere. Immediately, Tang Qing's thoughts moved, and all the rubble disappeared in place. He refined silently, and almost instantly, the rubble dissipated in the space. Now, he could feel everything in the entire space. After these rubbles disappeared, this huge space grew insignificantly. But it has actually increased. Look up. Taking a look at the stars in the sky, Tang Qing suddenly felt them. Very good. Next, it seems that we need to increase the research and development of star navigation technology. Otherwise, solar system, the rabbit hasn't eaten the grass on the edge of the nest yet. He just took a bite. Take your next bite elsewhere, so as not to disrupt the balance of the star system. Boy, yes. Starry Sky Technology Research and Development Plan Increase the number of scientists tenfold. Build supporting facilities first. Don't be too hasty. Yes, Commander. System? Still online, but there are no more tasks. What happens in the future needs to be decided by himself. Tang Qing was originally afraid that he would really be free. Now, suddenly I have a new goal. End of June, just when everyone was preparing to watch the show, the U.S. side suddenly announced that the exercise was canceled and would be rescheduled for another day. As for the specific date, it did not say a word. How many people's jaws almost dropped when they saw it? Depend on both labor and capital. Are you just going to show me this? Is there any integrity? There was no clue, and just as I was watching the exciting plot, the power suddenly went off. Uncomfortable. P.S. The penultimate chapter. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Let's choose another day. Countless melon eaters have waited for half a year and began to doubt life, but they didn't wait. The benches were smashed one after another. Have no choice. People don't act. What can be done? Could it be? Can you still go up and act on your own? They also thought about it, but their strength did not allow it, so they could only collect the remains of the bench angrily and throw it into the fire to burn wood. Mud. Profiteer. Deceive my feelings. Time. Come to 2015. At this time, under the influence of the Asian dollar and the huge amount of gold output, the credit of the Asian dollar is really comparable to gold, ranking first in the trade ratio. Certainly, in the financial field, the U.S. dollar still ranks first, and both sides coexist in the world. A few years ago, everyone would have been shouting that it was incredible, but now they are tired. Unbelievable is also a fact. Be opposed to? Invalid. People coexist in such a strange way. Even if countless people suspect that Myanmar is related to Europe and the United States, so what? People just don't admit it. Simply, too lazy to pay attention. After all, even if we know the truth, don't we still have to live under its influence? The military and technological power of the United States cannot be escaped by the whole world. Same. Transcription stock solution. Oasis. Preparation liquid. Water purifier. Is it possible to quit these things? The truth is no longer important. What is important is what you will eat for lunch today and what you will do during your break tomorrow. It's their life. Soon, worldwide, regarding this kind of news, it has faded out of people's sight. Most people will not know that there is a terrifying force hidden underwater that is constantly erasing traces. Until, in public opinion, it fades away. Certainly, countries are still secretly investigating the relationship between the two, but they have found nothing. After the change of cabinet, the intelligence collection work was put on hold and canceled. 10 years later, we're finally here. Looking at the galaxy in the distance, Tang Qing smiled happily. In the past 10 years, he has invested in scientific research regardless of cost. Scientists' interstellar navigation technology is developing very fast, but it still took such a long time for the first probe to reach the Proxima Galaxy, allowing him to teleport over and, needless to say, move forward at full speed. Half a month later, Tang Qing plunged into the main star region of this star system. What to do? Eat. 10 years. He has not touched the stars in the solar system, not even the asteroid belt. It is equivalent to holding a knife and fork in his hands for more than 10 years without food. Now, finally I can eat enough. 3 years later, one of its outermost gas planets disappeared from the galaxy, leaving nothing behind from its satellites to its star core. 2 more years. A gas planet disappears again. After, faster and faster because the space is getting larger and larger, and the speed of absorption is also faster until all the matter in the entire star system has been swallowed up. 10 years have passed. Estimate. This will become an unsolved mystery again. A star system, or the star closest to the solar system, disappeared without leaving any residue. The astronomy community was shocked to death. But this has nothing to do with Tang Qing. Universe. It was already mysterious. If a star system suddenly disappeared, could those astronomers still come back? Even if you come here, what will you find? Continue. Start eating. Until space can hold a star system. A few years later, Tang Qing suddenly appeared on the surface, and then like an indestructible needle, it pierced into the rock formations of Mars and entered the crust and mantle. At last, coming to the ultra-high density core. Moment. 10th level space authority is projected into reality. This is why Tang Qing has always wanted to absorb matter, because the size of the space determines the size of the projection. Now, the projection encompasses the entire Mars without any problems. Moment. Inside Mars, the almost solid core of the star burst out with dazzling light. Countless energies radiated, and changes began to occur within the entire planet. The movement of the Earth's crust has stopped for billions of years. It is also because the interior is almost solid and cannot generate a magnetic field. Without a magnetic field, the atmosphere cannot be protected, and earthquakes and volcanic eruptions do not exist. Therefore, that's what Tang Qing is doing now. Restart the star core. Boom! The entire Mars trembled, and its interior began to surge and roll under the powerful force. Countless solidified rocks turned into lava. Then, during the violent geological movement, it broke through the surface and formed volcanoes. At the same time, the core flow caused Mars to generate a magnetic field. Looking at the situation of the entire planet, Tang Qing was very satisfied. This was not the first time he had done this. I tried it when I was in Proxima Centauri, and it won't go bad. Say it again. If it's broken, if it's repaired, as long as it's within the projection space, even a planet is like mud, and he can manipulate it at will. Done. Knock off. Just a week later, countries around the world also discovered the changes in Mars and were shocked. Countless experts jumped out again and said, "This is not scientific." However, the impossible has become possible. For a while, Mars exploration has become a hot topic. After some debate, various countries began to cooperate to develop Mars together. Qingyuan Technology also served as an equipment supplier, directly obtained orders worth hundreds of billions of dollars from the Joint Mars Development Agency. There is no way. In recent years, various countries have researched and developed space technology. Not too concerned. Think the opposite. Qingyuan Technology's space equipment technology continues to make breakthroughs. Now, it can be said that it is the only company in the world that can quickly manufacture short-range space transportation spacecraft. If you want to give the order to others, you can't find anyone who can take it. Tang Qing. After seemingly disappearing for more than 10 years, it is making headlines again. Earth. Qingyan City. Manor. In recent years, the Tang family has kept a low profile and rarely appeared in the public eye. But every time everyone looked at the manor, they were filled with awe. No way. First, they are so rich that they have no friends. Since more than half of the profits of the Tang family's company are returned to society, they have many supporters no matter what they do. Second, very powerful. Worldwide, Hummingbird Commercial and Storage has spread all over the world and has become the world's largest logistics and commercial storage company, coupled with its cooperation with powerful families in various countries. It can be said, it controls 1/5 of the world's merchandise trade. Its rights, its wealth, its potential, intimidating. It's good. It is admirable. Although the Tang family has been low-key in recent years, the company has never been low-key. It has fully established its presence, and it was 15 years ago. Tang Qing is the richest man in the world. Assets, $3 trillion. Now, astronomical figures. Lakeside, Tang Qing held the fishing rod and hooked straight into the water. He hasn't been back for a long time. Refining substances takes time and requires his energy to do it. Now, he doesn't know how strong he is. Just arrive. It's not a big deal to demolish the Earth in a flash. It is also because the 10th level authority was directly strengthened to the point of inhumanity, and it is now. Neither of them has a son and a half-daughters. Certainly, want to live. In fact, it's okay. The fusion of space allows him to do many things, such as creating a tadpole using his original genetic material. But it always feels awkward. Therefore, I have never done this. Besides, I have not yet reached the point where I need children to inherit the inheritance, nor do I need descendants to create glory and flourish. No rush. It won't be too late when Lin Jiaxue is strong enough. What he lacks most now is time. Look back. Tang Qing couldn't help but smile. At first, he was reborn from a young boy to what he is now. He is still a young man. Strictly speaking, everything is going smoothly and he has no enemies. Same. To date. He didn't even think that he needed an enemy. An enemy of the same level appeared, fought back and forth, and finally won miserably. As a person involved, it would be strange to like him. It's good now. Everything goes as he wishes, and what he has done over the years is worthy of a do-over. Looking back, he had many expectations and implemented them. Demoning vehicle. Let the hidden thunder no longer trouble the local people. Find relatives' website. Let trafficking disappear. Transcription, stock solution. Let cancer no longer be a terminal disease. Oasis. Let the desert become fertile farmland. Filter the solution. Let air pollution become history. Water purifier. Let countless rivers be clear and clean. Green hills, green water, blue sky, become a norm. Tang Qing didn't dare to say. His actions have made the world a better place, but at least with his efforts, it is better than when he first met. At this moment, behind, thinking of Lin Jiaxue's voice, Tang, Mr. Chai's 60th banquet will start in half an hour. Sister Yin is in Shanghai. Go and pick it up. Okay. The whole book is over. The new book, My Money Bank Connect to Another World, has been uploaded. It is also a story about currency hegemony, becoming a boss, and a little bit of expectation for a better life. I sincerely ask everyone to come to Qidian and support me. Please collect and vote for the new book seedlings. Throw flowers. And it took 3.5 years to finally complete the book. Similarly, like other authors, Mouse also felt empty. For more than 3 years, I wanted to update every day. Now, still want new books. Have no choice. But in order to survive, there is no other way. Looking back at the beginning, it was all enthusiasm that kept Mouse going, and the banking system's performance was very poor at the beginning. Thousands of harvests. Both orders were less than 100. How miserable. Everyone should understand after reading the book for so many years, but the Mouse did not give up. Because I am writing a story that I want to write, and I firmly believe in it. Some people will always like it. Then, there is no eunuch, and as I continue writing, the story becomes longer and longer. After 1 million words, the editor gave me a limited exemption, and my grade started to improve. 500 are ordered. At that time, Mouse saw hope. Before that, few people had read it, and it had written millions of words. Think about it. I am really stupid. Later, the results were not good or bad. In terms of limited exemption, I passed it no less than 6 times, but still did not enter the high-quality product. All right. Mouse admits that the book is not perfect. For example, in the early stage, I was almost persuaded to quit. When I look back, I wanted to curse. It's so stupid, it's just a piece of shit. Midterm. The plot unfolds, but the plot is too bland. It is all development, and development. Sometimes, the protagonist is not seen for 10 or 20 chapters. How many people have complained about it? In the book, the Mouse doesn't add a lot of ups and downs to the plot. For example, I want to find something for the protagonist here and some conflict there. I also want to, but I think it's unreasonable. The global penetration of fighters is not fake. It's a conflict that's too rubbish and can't be written well, so it's better not to have it. Then, it's the bland plot that everyone has seen, but I also have to thank the readers who have been reading it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Someone is watching. The Mouse is happy. At first, Mouse was planning to have 2 female leads, one Lin Jiaxue and one Wang Yan. Later, too many people shouted that they didn't want to play the role, so I had no choice but to pull Wang Yan's lead to the end. It's also a perfect ending. Anyway, grateful. Thank you for your support, votes, and rewards. Without your support, this book would not be written today, and Mouse never expected that it would write nearly 6 million words. All right, Mouse admitted that the water batch. Please forgive me. At last. I still hope that everyone can support Mouse's new book, My Money Bank Connects to Another World, and I hope to come to Qidian to collect it because the book was uploaded by Qidian. Only if the starting points data is better will there be recommendations. Thanks. Same. The new book has no supernatural powers, no cultivation, and there is no Gu family in the city. You should be able to change the status on Monday if you have a monthly ticket or something. Beg on your knees. Chai Ren's 60th birthday? Hee hee. Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking that when they first met, Chai Ren was only 27, but now he is 60. Time is really not forgiving. Of course, ordinary people will not be spared. As for himself, time can no longer make him age. Put away the fishing rod. The next moment, Tang Qing's figure disappeared by the lake. See the situation. Lin Jiaxue, who has been married for decades, seems to have become accustomed to it. Although she does not know all of Tang Qing's secrets, just the tip of the iceberg is enough to shock her, including this ability that is almost like teleportation. No, remove almost. It's teleportation. Such an ability can be called a miracle. Now, she has also undergone training and mastered powerful strength, not to mention moving mountains and reclaiming seas, but it is also inhumanly powerful. She knew that this was a secret of the Tang family. Only people from the Tang family in the world have such ability. Where did it come from? I don't know. She didn't ask either. Once, she thought that Tang Qing met those young men to protect the future of the Tang family. But later it was gradually discovered that this reason accounted for only a small proportion. Tang Qing is alone. It can hold up the sky. There is no existence on this planet that can shake the Tang family. Even the most anticipated restart of the core of Mars is the work of his own man. Transform the planet on your own. Pity. Outsiders don't know. Tang family. It is like a giant beast that is everywhere, but hidden underwater, spying on the world. Escape from darkness. Peep into the light. This is the tone that Tang Qing has set for the Tang family, and she agrees with it very much. It would be very troublesome if the world knew that there was such a group of inhuman beings. This is good now. The world's worldview remains the same. Full of sunshine. Shanghai Stock Exchange. At the headquarters of Comet Group, Wang Yin is busy at work. Now she is the president of Comet Group, managing this enterprise with a market value of $1 trillion. She is also practiced, and her work ability is inhuman. While busy with official business, while doing hobbies, write songs, compose music. Over the years, her works have caused sensations around the world again and again. It is still a frequent headline in the news. The goddess in the hearts of countless people. Think about the past. Wang Yan's lip curled up slightly. She thought she and Tang Qing would only be friends in this life. But an accident let her know that Tang Qing cared about her. That time, she almost died. She was dying, and the doctors said there was nothing she could do to save her. However, Tang Qing rescued her. The journey through hell freed her from the shackles in her heart. After her repeated efforts, Tang Qing finally accepted her. Suddenly, the space in front of the desk was slightly distorted, and the next moment, the person she loved appeared. Let's go. Go to Chai's house for dinner. Okay. Wang Yin happily stepped forward and took Tang Qing's hand. In front of outsiders, she is the superior group president. In front of Tang Qing, she is willing to be a little woman. 10 minutes later, come to the capital. It is now 2039, and China has already become the world's largest economy. As the capital, the city is still huge. But the permanent population is much smaller. Jingpiao, Hupiao. Most of them return to their hometowns and live and work nearby. Educate. Medical. No longer a problem. Nearly 30 years ago, terminal diseases such as cancer and Alzheimer's disease were conquered and medical resources were equalized on a large scale. Big data medical care has already entered the medical systems of various countries. And 20 years ago, global medical big data became common, and there was no need to call an expert to see a doctor because there were tens of billions of cases in the big data. On experience, it is simply not comparable to the human brain. A doctor, after practicing medicine for decades, will not come into contact with as many patients as the number of cases that this set of big data can increase in half a minute. Then, a helpless thing happened. The medical profession was no longer popular. No way. With the popularity of medical cabins, 99% of diseases do not require human treatment. Of course, this does not mean that they are all unemployed. There is always a need for jobs in society. The fleet is traveling in less crowded traffic. The permanent population of the capital is shrinking, and public transportation is becoming more and more developed, resulting in fewer private cars. After all, driving was quite tiring. Tang Qing sat on the sixth-generation marcher and looked out the window, one high-rise building after another. It has a lot of historical atmosphere, a bit like the United States in the past, with well-developed and complete infrastructure, so that no new buildings have been built here in the past 10 years. The next 30 years. I guess so. And many dense residential areas have begun to appear vacant. People dislike these steel and concrete buildings less and less, and many people move to the countryside. A wooden house, a stupid dog, retirement, leisure. Life extension products based on transcription stock solution have been available for many years. It is also relying on it that the Myanmar Bank Group has firmly established itself as the world's largest profitable enterprise. Just by extending his lifespan, he can earn at least 10 trillion renminbi per year and seize the world's wealth. Certainly, he has also been spreading money around the world, investing in infrastructure, and has become the world's largest village owner. Extended lifespan. This has also given rise to a problem, which is the skyrocketing global population. Already more than 12 billion, the Earth's resources are under pressure. Food, land, mineral. Consumption has increased sharply, and everyone is rushing towards the warning line. It was also for this reason that he restarted the core of Mars and prepared to develop a second home. Social science and technology have actually not advanced much in recent years. Mechanization. Intelligent. With his intervention, there was no massive explosion. No way. If machines are allowed to replace human technology, more than half of the world's population will be unemployed. But now, as long as you don't want to do it, you can't find it. Chai Ren's family in Yanjiao. He moved to a large house, which was larger than the Tang family's manor in Qingyan City. On his 60th birthday, Chai Ren really wanted to complain about this word. In the past, 60th birthdays are celebrated by old men. What about yourself? Although he is 60, he still looks like he is in his 30s. Because of the emergence of life extension technology, many people under 60 no longer hold birthday banquets. Knowing that Tang Qing was coming, the whole Chai family welcomed him. Gate. There were a lot of people standing. Chai Ren had 3 children in total. 2 of them were already married, and he was now a grandfather. Everything felt so unreal. The convoy arrives. Tang Qing got off the car. Uncle Tang is still as young as ever, as handsome as ever. The juniors looked at him with eyes filled with admiration. Tang Qing, Tang family. It has huge influence all over the world. They all grew up listening to Tang Qing's stories, growing up as teenagers from ordinary families. Step by step, it has become a presence that attracts the attention of the world. Among its subsidiaries, the prosperous Tang dynasty, Comet, Microcrystalline, Qingyuan, Hummingbird, Eye of Heaven. The 6 giants support the Tang family's entire business empire. The first 5 are all among the top 20 of the world's top 500 companies. Tianyan is not on the market, but no one dares to underestimate him. Starting from corporate services, he not only supervises all enterprises of the Tang family. Relying on Tang Kai's relationship, all enterprises of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce hired him to supervise them. One word can describe it. Horrible. Myanmar Asian series. In a global business field, there is an existence that cannot be avoided. More than half of the world's international merchandise trade is related to members of this Chamber of Commerce. Its financial resources and influence are terrifyingly powerful. Uncle Tang, Aunt Shui. Hearing these shouts, Tang Qing was helpless. He still looks like he is in his early 20s, but he is called Uncle and Grandpa Tang. And of greetings. Come in. He sat at Chai Rin's table, and Zheng Lin and others also came. Tang Qing had almost lived a secluded life these years, and rarely saw him once a year. The atmosphere was very lively, reminiscing about the past. Look at today, looking forward to tomorrow. Looking back on every bit of my acquaintance with Tang Qing, I can only sigh that I am lucky. I got to know Tang Qing, witnessed, and participated in that journey with my own eyes.